All right, guys, we have a best ball variety hour on tap today. Here's the schedule, the rundown. My quant, Alex Cups, is joining me now. We're going to break down some interesting backfields. We obviously have the Najee Harris signing. We have some interesting usage nuggets from the preseason. We're going to dig into how we want to be attacking those in drafts. At 10:30, I'm going to hop into a solo Best Ball Mania draft. At 11:15, Jeary, aka Jeary Football, you guys might know him from So You Think You Can Tout in his YouTube channel. He's going to join me for a BBM draft where he has vowed to make me take Parker Washington. At 12 Eastern, we're doing the randomizer. So we'll go from Best Ball Breakfast to randomizer with Chris Harris. He's never been on the channel before. That's going to be a lot of fun. And then we'll wrap things up with the bash. We'll squeeze in at least one Best Ball Mania draft, maybe two if you guys are good today. That's the itinerary for today. Lots of ground to cover. Let's get to it.
Welcome to Hot Best Ball Summer. You slurp that suspension dipperino, honey?
Easy to click on Rashad White when it's all site credits.
Exodia.
Put the puppy in the bag, bro. Try to grow the goddamn game.
The game is beatable, folks.
Slap King Summer, bitches.
7,000 hours of commercial-free best ball drafts starts now.
All right, Cups, back on the channel. We drafted last week, but today I want you to flex your quantitative muscle. And I figure what better way to do this than sifting through some of these backfields. Obviously, the big news yesterday, Najee Harris signing with the New York Giants. Was it because Tyrone Tracy blew that blitz protection and got, Jackson Dart blown up? Or did they just want some more insurance here? What are you thinking about the Giants after that signing?
Yeah, so I think it's definitely interesting. I think we saw, Scatterbo only played 31% of the snaps. You can see we have Dwayne McFarland from Fantasy Life, his utilization report pulled up here for week 1 of preseason. But yeah, so we saw Scatterbo only play 31% of the snaps. A little bit of a surprise. Not what I would love to see in week 1. If you're putting the starters out there, I would have liked to see Scat get a higher snap share. But the team did say that this was due to the fact that he's working his way back from the injury, and they were planning on this sort of like eased in usage for Scatterbo. Obviously, like you mentioned, we see Tyrone Tracy with just get absolutely annihilated in pass protection, and it feels like that kind of sparked the butterfly effect of, well, maybe we want to bring in some depth at this position. So they bring in Najee Harris, and yeah, things get a little more murky for me. I'm obviously a massive fan of Scatterbo's talent. I've talked about him all summer. In my year 2 comps, he comps at the very top to guys like Kareem Hunt, Devon Achane. So I've always felt like he was just a great value in the 4th round. But with Najee coming in, it's interesting because I was curious what Greg Roman thought about Najee. Obviously, there's that connection there with Greg Roman with Najee from the Los Angeles Chargers last season. Greg Roman coming over to New York this season and bringing Najee back with him. So I went back and I just looked to see what was Roman's intent bringing Najee to the Chargers in 2025. And maybe that could tell us something about why he, what he envisions Najee to do with the Giants in 2026. And obviously last year with Najee on the Chargers, things kind of went left immediately. I think, was it the 4th of July? He blew his eye out.
Yeah, we weren't sure if he had 2 eyes for basically all of August and they weren't telling us anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously things never really went according to plan with what Roman had in mind for Hampton and Najee and that Kamani Vidal backfield in Los Angeles. But he did have a quote saying before the season, last preseason, saying that the day of one running back being a bell cow is going the way of the prehistoric creatures. So he clearly didn't want to ever really rely on a bell cow back, at least last year. And for him to come in I think for him to say that as well with Omarion Hampton, who was a 1st round pick, is kind of telling a little bit in terms of what we can expect from him coming to a new team. So he's not the team that drafted, Cam Scatterbo, Tyrone Tracy, any of these guys that have been on the Giants for a year or more now. I think we might see a pretty ugly split here. And, Najee on his own is not someone that I'm really super worried about being a more talented running back than, Cam Scatterbo, but even Tyrone Tracy for that matter. I don't think Najee's a better overall back than either of them. But I am a little worried, man. I'm a little worried about the split. I'm a little worried that this might be less of a Scatterbo like bell cow backfield than we initially thought. And obviously my data, it doesn't take into account this stuff from like the coaches and how they feel and how they want to use these players. One thing that Pat Kerrane said last night on Ship Chasing that kind of stuck with me, and I'm going to butcher this trying to say it. He said it a lot better, but he said something along the lines of, Greg Roman and Matt Nagy, he's pretty confident they weren't watching Red Zone. They weren't watching football last year. They didn't see the Cam Scatterbo we saw. They were doing their own thing. And, I'm pretty confident as well that they're not looking into the advanced analytics. So everything they're learning about Cam Scatterbo and their backfield is from their firsthand experience so far this offseason. And it's going to be up to Cam Scatterbo again to show his new coaches that he can have this dual threat skill set, that he can do the things that we need him to do to be like a super effective running back. But yeah, last thing I'll say, we did see Scatterbo get bumped down slightly in the overall projections over on Fantasy Life. Yep. Right around 850 rush yards now, 300 receiving yards, 10 total touchdowns. That puts him at RB18 on a points per game basis.
Yeah.
It's fine, right? Like that's a reasonable projection. I see it. But like if I'm drafting Scatterbo in the fourth, I'm hoping for better than RB18, right? There's a lot of league winners going around that range. There's going to be guys that prove to be some of the most important in 2026. And if we see Scatterbo turn in an RB18 season, I'm not going to be super stoked on that.
Yeah, for sure. And it's honestly, the Najee thing is kind of analogous to the Keenan signing for Downs, where it's like, it's not great. It's probably not the worst thing in the world. And you do look at how Dwayne adjusted the projections for both Scatterbo and Downs, where it's just like you take them down a tick. It introduces just a little bit more volatility because you have these veterans who have been very competent and over their career. They're very reliable. Coaches trust them. And that is going to introduce more risk for, I think, the ceiling scenarios for these guys. They were talking about it on ADP Chasing last night as well. Like Josh Downs, like his targets per route run, they're just going to come down when Keenan Allen is in the fold. Same thing with Najee Harris. This is a guy that they've liked at the goal line a ton. Like all of a sudden you get a goal line, carry here for Scatterbo because they're trying to protect him, etc. So I think it's an interesting conversation. I mean, I pulled up the ADP here. He's 44.4, which is smack dab in between Etienne and Swift. I think you can easily make the case for Swift over him right now. Not only is Monangai week to week, but, Swift is having an awesome camp. Everything coming out of the Bears is that, lead back on an offense that's going to score a ton of points. I like Montgomery a lot. I think for me, Scatterbo's now right here along Tootin, which is really ironic considering they were 4th round picks last year that both went back to back or pretty close to in the NFL draft. So that's kind of where I would just move him down a smidge. Is that, punishing him too much for the Najee signing, or do you want to keep, the dream alive in the middle of the fourth?
Man, it's tough. If he falls past pick 50, like if we see like a 6-pick fall on Scatterbo, I think I'll have him on nearly every team. If he's going around Bashaw Tootin, just because I think the thesis of the talent with Scatterbo, we've seen a lot more at the NFL level than we've seen from Tootin. And when it comes down to that bet, and there's also murkiness in the Jags backfield, I think I would be definitely pulling the trigger on Scatterbo in a majority of my drafts there. I don't think that's unfair though. Like I think that's a justified fall. I can see the argument for Swift over Scatterbo, especially just with all the things coming out of camp, like you said, and Swift just having quite possibly the cleanest runway to like a complete bell cow season in Chicago right now with the Monangai injury and being on just one of the better offenses in the league. So yeah, I fear it might be time to flip those two, as much as I hate to say it.
Let's shout out to the chat here, by the way. Go Easy Cards, Best Ball Breakfast, Bash, Randomizer, a ton to take in this morning before my first beer. Yeah, we will take care of you. What is up, Willis, B. Stockel? This reminds me here, normally I'm right off the rip with a draft. I think we need to get a Vassaleros and Sons coffee pour. And again, we will do 2 different coffee giveaways today, probably one during my solo draft a little bit, and then one later on in the stream. So if you guys are hanging out today and you want a chance to win a free 12-ounce bag of Vassaleros and Sons coffee, please stick around. We'll have some hashtags for you to drop in the chat. But let's get things started here with a coffee pour. There you go. We got Vassaleros and Sons. We got cups. We got coffee. You guys can always get 25% off your first order at Vassaleros and Sons Coffee. That link is down below. We'll also include free shipping. A couple other things to hit on here. Darren telling on himself, saying, Best Ball Breakfast? Does Pete know it's Wednesday? Oh, Darren telling on himself, not knowing that we've done multiple Best Ball Breakfasts is in August now. We are expanded Mondays and Wednesdays. I believe this is our 3rd Wednesday one. So catch up to the new programming, Darren. And let's get to this one from our mutual friend, Kurt Rambis. Kamara out at least a month with a PCL. This one just hit on the timeline in the past 10 minutes or so. This one's really fascinating too, because we have Travis Etienne right here. He opened up the offseason kind of as a mid-3rd round pick. And then it was like, what's going on with Kamara? What's going on with Kamara? Oh, he's going to stay? All right, let's nuke Travis Etienne because we're worried about a veteran presence like Kamara here. So now you have Etienne at 42.3. How much should he rise on this Kamara news?
I don't know how much I can push Etienne up past 42. I think I'd rather have Jacobs. I'd rather have Javonte. You just get into a range where maybe he goes up a couple picks above the other players in that range, maybe a couple of the other receivers. But yeah, I think I like him where he's at RB18. I'd have a hard time getting him much higher than that. A month for Kamara will put him back mid-September. So potentially missing the first 2 weeks, first 3 weeks. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a chance with Kamara being older, maybe he starts on PUP, misses the first 4. I think that's also a reasonable thing. But there are some other interesting names in the Saints backfield. I know no one wants to hear about, Kendre Miller or Devin Neal anymore. They've kind of had their run, but Devin Neal was relatively interesting as a prospect, had a good production profile at Kansas. And I could see him jumping into a little bit of a split with Etienne, at least to start the year, kind of in place of Alvin Kamara. I don't think that this is going to lead to just Etienne bell cow season. I think we're going to see Kamara snaps inherited by one of those other backs. And whether that's Neal or Miller, I'd probably have my money on Neal. I don't know. Do you think that makes either of these guys like clickable? Probably not anyone that we want to be clicking yet, right? Maybe a last round flyer in like a redraft league, but best ball. Are you interested in Kendre or potentially Devin Neal in like the last round?
I mean, I would have to hear a pretty loud drumbeat over the course of the next 3-4 weeks of preseason. Right now, it's probably a stay away. It's almost like the Zach Charbonnet thing too, right? Where it's like, okay, you're drafting a backup running back in the hope that maybe something happens to Etienne and they get a big role. But then if Kamara comes back, is that thesis just recomplicated again? So it doesn't make it a clean bet, especially when we have some of these other handcuff running backs we're going to talk about, the Mike Washingtons, the Emmett Johnsons. I'm kind of gravitating to those guys. I did pull up here from Jeff Mueller. He said left MCL sprain for Kamara in 2019. He missed 2 games, bye week, returned after 3 weeks. He was obviously a lot younger then. Then right MCL sprain in 2025 cost him the last 6 games. Unsure which side this current one involves. Bump Travis Etienne weeks 1 through 4. The one thing I do think this is good for Etienne, undeniably good for Etienne, is there was the risk, they bring back Kamara. There's always going to be this element of veteran deference. I think an example would be, last year they were giving David Montgomery so many of those like 4th quarter carries just because they're like, hey, we've turned over the offense to Jahmyr Gibbs, but we want you to be happy. I think they were going to give him high value touches. I think he was going to get a couple goal line looks. He's going to come in there on 3rd downs. Now we get this runway for Etienne to just have all of that work himself. Like they're going to have no choice but to have him in that kind of bell cow type role, using him in all those different ways. So I think you get a little momentum in inertia equity of just like, maybe he is just so good at this role that when Kamara comes back, they ease him back in. So I think that's good for him. And I am, interested in Etienne at his cost. But to your point, How much do you push him up here? I think he could go up a smidge. If you want to flip him with Josh Jacobs, I wouldn't quibble with that. But then you have a 6-pick gap up to Javonte. You probably don't need to get that frothy. My guess, though, is just knowing how much the market ping-pongs based on news that Etienne will rise. As Charlie says, he rises, then Saints sign someone else, he falls. He's having quite an offseason. But yeah, this does give me more confidence in Etienne.
Yeah, I think one thing about the Kamara stuff, the veteran deference, along with the receiving work. Like, if this does open up the lane for Etienne to stay on the field on third downs and really serve as the receiving back as well, then maybe we are underrating what he could look like potentially without Kamara. And, I mentioned the two other backs on the roster with Neal and Kendre Miller, but neither of them really, I guess I'd be a little more concerned if they had a guy, instead of Devin Neal, if they had a guy like Jaden Blue or Woody Marks that was more of a receiving profile from college, then I'd be okay, this is probably just nothing. It's just going to be a younger version and worse version of Alvin Kamara coming in for those receiving downs. But with no one else really on the roster that has that skill set, I think Etienne now is the clear best receiving back in that backfield, and he's also the lead back. So maybe this does open up a little bit more of that dual threat skill set for Etienne to really show that upside.
And the other thing we got to mention, no Jordan Tyson for a long time. Obviously we expect a boost for Vele and Juwan Johnson, but I don't think it would be galaxy brain to say maybe Etienne gets a few more looks in the passing game as well without Tyson. Especially if, Olave gets banged up and misses a little bit of time, they might not have a choice but to use him as a weapon in the passing game.
100%. Yeah, right there with you.
Let's hit on a couple of the other more interesting ones. I do want to talk about those rookies because to me, I do want, I'm thinking about this through the lens of who's now on the menu for me late in these best ball drafts, guys that I was a little hesitant with earlier in the offseason. I wasn't clicking Emmett Johnson. I'm is Brashard Smith still around? Is it going to be Imari DeMarcado? I wasn't clicking Mike Washington. I'm him as a prospect, it was a little sketchy here. But now I feel like we're getting pretty good signal on both Mike Washington and Emmett Johnson that they're the RB2s. Are you there yet with those guys? I know you're a big Genty guy. How does that make you feel about Mike Washington?
Yeah, I have a little bit harder of a time getting there with Mike Washington, obviously just because I am a Genty guy. I think he's probably a clean handcuff, though, in terms of just being a late round handcuff to Genty. And obviously, if you look at the data between on Underdog, where RB1s are going, and then just try to spot the latest RB2s, right? The guy, there's a couple of teams out there that have their RB2s going after pick 200. And Mike Washington would be one of them, right? He's the RB2 on the Raiders. First one coming off the board after Genty, and he comes off after 200. Braelon Allen, for example, on the Jets, another guy that comes off after 200. They're pretty clean backups. And while I think Genty is more live to just be an absolute workhorse than Breece Hall, I think I would definitely be clicking Washington in the last round as just a clean RB2 handcuff. He showed some explosiveness in week 1. That was one of the things that he was known for as a prospect, or his explosive playability. And you could see a long run of 53 yards in week 1 here. Definitely just shows that he has some of that juice to be a valuable fantasy running back if he were to consolidate the work, say Genty goes down for the Raiders. So definitely interested in Washington in the last round, but I think I'm more interested in Emmett Johnson. I'd be remiss if we did not talk a little Emmett Johnson. He was one of my favorite prospects at the running back position in the 2026 class. In fact, I would go as far to say, I don't know if this is crazy, I think he had the second best production profile out of any running back. So better than Jonah Coleman, better than Jadarian. Jadarian Price had a non-existent production profile. So in terms of prospect profile as a whole, Jadarian Price had a better one with the draft capital. But Emmett Johnson, as a pure producer in college, he, I think, had the second best profile. And one of the things that was super, super interesting about his profile was his receiving ability. So He averaged 31 receptions a season in college. That's the 90th percentile number among all running back prospects. Best season, 46 receptions. That's a 92nd percentile number. 27 fantasy points per game in his best season as well. That's an 86th percentile number among running backs. So we see the ceiling with a guy like Emmett Johnson. And the way I'm viewing him is, could he just be what we wanted Brashard Smith to be last year? Obviously now they have Kenneth Walker, right? But could he be a better version of Brashard Smith that also has the out where Kenneth Walker gets hurt and he's just the full workhorse? Because he can handle the rushing work better than Brashard Smith can. He has the receiving capabilities that Brashard Smith had. I mean, everything we've seen from Brashard Smith in year 2 so far has been just disappointing. Like his performance in this preseason game wasn't great. He got the first snaps with the starting offense out there, but he didn't do much with them. Johnson followed him up and just looked way better. Like they looked like they were in different leagues at the running back position. So yeah, I think this is a guy, he's going now, like 204 on average on Underdog, or has he cracked into the 190s yet?
Emmett Johnson is up to 203.1, but he's still essentially free. Yep.
Yeah, essentially free. Is the RB2 off the board for the Chiefs after Kenneth Walker in round 2. Yeah, I'm getting more and more into taking a stab on Johnson in this last round, especially since it's looking like he's starting to take reps with the ones at training camp. He looked great in preseason week 1. We know he has the dual threat skill set to really take on. I think he could have a standalone role as a receiving back, even if Walker's healthy. So I think there's multiple outs here with a guy like Emmett Johnson.
And it's fun, OMG Fantasy says in the chat, year 6 of trying to replace McKinnon. I actually think this is why Emmett Johnson is more intriguing than just Brashard Smith, who I think last year nobody had illusions that if, Kareem Hunt or, Pacheco were down, that Brashard Smith was going to be a 20-plus touch a game guy. It was like, no, he's a satellite back. Maybe we get some standalone value. Maybe we do get that Jerick McKinnon role where there's some big plays from catches. You look at the depth chart now, without Kareem Hunt on this roster, you look there and it's like, who is most likely to inherit base work if Kenneth Walker went down? I guess initially people were going to try to say Imari DeMarcado, but at this point, I do think Emmett Johnson would see the biggest, amount of additional carries. Even over his career, DeMarcado has been a little bit more as a do-it-all back. I think he does it well in the receiving game as well. So if he has the inside track to like true base work carries as a contingent play. And then you mentioned he also can catch the ball a little bit. It wouldn't be like a Kareem Hunt, Jerick McKinnon dichotomy in role usage. And if they want to basically have a 1-for-1 replacement for Walker, where it's like when this guy comes in, we're not tipping to the defense, whether we're running the ball or passing the ball. I like the amount of outs that you now have with Emmett Johnson.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, just the ability to come in and be just the one-to-one replacement for Kenneth Walker is something that you get with Emmett Johnson potentially that you're definitely not getting with anyone else on that backfield for the Chiefs.
And for me, just to reframe it through kind of how I'm playing this with best ball stuff, like early in the offseason, I had a little more confidence I liked the ambiguity of the Commanders backfield with Kaelon Allen. I liked the ambiguity of the Vikings backfield with Damon Claiborne, and even Nicholas Singleton was the other one where it's like, all right, if I'm going to throw a rookie dart this early in the offseason with not a ton of information, I'm going to do it on these backfields that seem really ambiguous. But now I want to start tilting my exposures over to Mike Washington and Emmett Johnson, not because I think they have a clear path to standalone value. I don't, but I think they have a clearer path to league-winning contingent upside than those other backs. Like even if Bill goes down, all right, we're still going to have Rachaad White complicating it for Kaelon Allen. Even if Tony Pollard goes down, Spears is going to complicate it for Singleton. I think having a couple of these clear 1-for-1s, depending on what you need at the end of your draft, makes these guys intriguing. And then because I'm just light on them, I have 1% to 2% of both these guys, I'm really going to be breaking ties in favor of their direction at the end of drafts right now.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to approach these last couple weeks of best ball summer. Just get the exposures up on these 1-to-1 replacements. I guess we could segue that into a guy like Braelon Allen. Speaking of
let's do
1-to-1 replacements. I mean, another guy I mentioned earlier as the clear RB2, I guess it's a little more complicated than Mike Washington and Emmett Johnson because you obviously have Isaiah Davis in the mix, who the Jets have continued to speak highly of for the Jets backfield. But I still feel like it's one of the cleaner late handcuffs that you can grab. I have I'm super exposed to Braelon Allen. I think I have like 35-40% exposure there. Yeah, just because before the drumbeat on the guys we just talked about, when you got to pick 200, I was just looking at which backfield has the running backs that are the clearest. Like if their starter goes down, they're going to immediately slot into 20 carries. I think Braelon Allen is kind of the clear answer there, past pick 200. But I mean, there isn't a whole lot of a conversation to be had about the Jets right now. Obviously, there was the questionable injury with Breece Hall, but it sounds like he's going to be fine for week 1. So, I mean, it's kind of just back to the original thesis of if we do see Breece Hall go down, which we already saw a little bit of a scare, we're going to see Allen just slot into an awesome fantasy role. He doesn't have a ton of receiving upside, but just the sheer volume that he would receive on a week-to-week basis definitely makes him worth a click for me past pick 200.
Yeah, and I mean, things are breaking really well for him. We now have Breece Hall, who's going to miss 2 to 3 weeks with a groin injury. I'm not ultimately too concerned. I mean, 2 to 3 weeks puts him back, in plenty of time for the start of the season. But you also have Isaiah Davis, who, as you can see here in Dwayne's write-up, hasn't been playing with a knee injury himself. There is the potential for Braelon Allen to really consolidate touches. I do kind of think of him in the same like Mike Washington mold, right? Where he's probably not going to catch a ton of passes, but this is like a big explosive back who can run to daylight when he gets to the second level. And you're hoping to just hit a couple of these like one cut and go. I think I was on Best Ball Breakfast on Monday and Levitan compared the Mike Washington thing to Isaac Guerrero as well. Another size speed freak who wasn't, maybe the most elusive guy, but could really get ahead of steam. Braelon Allen for sure is on the late round handcuff menu right now. And he's plus, right? He's plus in that maybe, you get the re-aggravation with the groin injury. Maybe Isaiah Davis. Like if you took Isaiah Davis out of the picture, well, Braelon Allen now is like a 15th round pick. He's like a MarShawn Lloyd type, obviously not quite as exciting of an offense there, but I'm with you. I think I keep talking about multiple outs. It's like whether it's Breece, whether it's no Isaiah Davis, whether it's just him solidifying that RB2 role, Braelon Allen is definitely pretty intriguing now at the end of drafts.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And you just mentioned MarShawn Lloyd. I feel like that's another guy that we should at least talk a little bit about, considering everything going on with the Packers. MarShawn Lloyd, 100% of the first team snaps with Jacobs resting. I guess not sure if he was resting. He was nursing that groin injury. Obviously, you're getting a little bit of an injury risk with Jacobs right now. Also, the legal risk with Jacobs. There's just quite a few things happening in that backfield that, give you some pause if you have a big Jacobs bag. And with Lloyd kind of emerging as the RB2, I guess for the first time in his NFL career, mainly due to the fact that he's just been bitten by the injury bug every single season. I'm not even sure how many games he's played healthy in the NFL through his first 2 seasons of his career. I don't think it's over 10. I would guess it's actually lower than that. So seeing him come in healthy for the first time, going through the whole training camp as the RB2, taking all of the snaps as the immediate RB1 in preseason week 1 with Jacobs out, I still think we are way too low on MarShawn Lloyd. And I'm wondering where you think he'll get up to, because we're getting to the point where, I mean, are we sure there's any better handcuff in all of fantasy this year? Like, would you rather have Tank Bigsby or would you rather have MarShawn Lloyd? And we even could go higher than that to some of the more ambiguous backfields and talk about the comparison there as well.
No, I think it's a good point. You see here, ADP 157.8. We did the exercise on Off and On the Clock yesterday where we did like the Truth Serum ADPs and like where we think they should go. And I want to say I had mine at like 135 for Lloyd. So it's like Jones, Rodriguez, Mitchell come off the board. And then you're into Tracy, Marks, Algier territory. To me, Lloyd is right in between that tier of Mitchell and then this next grouping of contingent bets. I will say, Josh Jacobs did return to practice yesterday. That was one of the things that was kind of contributing to Lloyd enthusiasm. It's like you have the legal outs, you have this groin injury for Jacobs. Like, what's going on here? So maybe it's not quite as clean with Jacobs being healthy, but it is clean in that it doesn't seem like Chris Brooks is really going to challenge for touches if he went down. And I think I mentioned this on Best Ball Breakfast as well. I'm a big what is the team telling us with their actions? and they seem very confident in MarShawn Lloyd as their RB2. No insurance brought in via the draft, via free agency. They have really been meticulous with his rehab. And, I think the only downside is if there was an injury to Jacobs or he's not, would they be so terrified to saddle up MarShawn Lloyd with 20 plus touches that they're like, all right, let's get him, 12 to 13. Let's ease him in and make sure that this doesn't go off the rails. But no, I think he's a really, really clean bet in here. I think he's an interesting conversation, compared to Bigsby. Like Bigsby is the other one there that's such a clean handcuff for Barkley. I think the thing with Lloyd, and tell me if you agree as far as like his prospect profile, I think there's a little more bell cow upside with Lloyd in the pass catching than what you would get with Bigsby.
Yeah, he definitely has a little more pass catching upside. By no means was he like an electric pass catcher in college, but you bring up a good point. I mean, with Lloyd, considering the fact that he's been in the league for 2 years, right? He was in that 2024 class with the guys like Jonathan Brooks and Trey Benson. I mean, talk about a bad running back class. But with MarShawn Lloyd, I'm almost treating him like a rookie because he really hasn't ever played. I guess in the same way that I would treat the Jonathan Brooks bet to being pretty similar to him as a rookie too, just given how their NFL careers have run out so far. So yeah, that's what I think makes him more interesting to me is I think you do have some unknown upside considering we really don't know what this player looks like at the NFL level. And I would even go a step further to say, are we sure that we are not underrating the fact that Josh Jacobs might just be on the downswing of his career as well in terms of being a bell cow? Like I rostered quite a bit of Josh Jacobs in redraft last year. And I could tell you just from watching, never did I feel like he looked like the explosive back that he had in years past. It really always felt like, okay, this guy's going to project as an RB1 because he's going to get 30 touches a game. It's all based on the volume and the high octane offense as a whole, rather than him being like a talented running back at this point, or a explosive running back. One thing I thought was interesting, I looked into the metrics from Jacobs' season last year just to see like, were my eyes deceiving me? Did he actually grade out pretty well in these advanced metrics? He didn't. Out of all the running backs in 2025 with over 100 carries, so kind of just filtering out the tweener guys and the ones that didn't get major roles, he ranked 35th in yards per attempt with 4. Elusiveness rating at 61.3. That was 21st among running backs, and only a 22% breakaway percentage. I guess that was one of the things as well that really stuck out to me is the explosives are just gone. Like you're not seeing Josh Jacobs bust a 55-yard touchdown anymore. And that was 28th among running backs. So I think there's a real chance that, if Lloyd can prove to be like a really, really solid NFL running back, he could just overtake Jacobs, or at least make it a more complicated situation and take away from the Jacobs bell cow bet in 2026.
For sure. Yeah. And I think that is the exciting thing about Lloyd. It's like part of me, you get so jaded, right? Where we want these backfield takeovers. But then you see something like Kyren Williams last year, right? Where it's like, he's never seeding anything. And then it's like, boom. Okay. Well, now it's like a 60-40 split at the goal line with Corum, and, Corum showing juice. Like if you got the MarShawn Lloyd to Jacobs in the same way Corum kind of took a little bit away from Kyren last year, that's a smash at his current cost as well. I know Groovy Greg in the chat saying Lloyd was a great pick all summer until this point. I kind of disagree. I think there's still meat on the bone. I think he's a solid pick. He's not like the smash that he was at 17th and 18th, but I think he can go toe to toe with those other backs, the Algiers, the Bigsbys, the Woody Markses in that range. So I wouldn't just take your feet off the gas clicking him just because he's risen here. It's not to a range that I find to have a ton of opportunity cost. But Cups, I'm hopping in this BBM draft. Appreciate my quant swinging by. We will do this again next Wednesday as well. If you guys have any topics, specifically, data focus that you'd like to see us tackle, do let us know, and we will be sure to do that. But Cups, let people know what else is on their radar as I get ready to make my my pick at 112 here.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for having me, Pete. Busy week this week on the fantasy life front. I'm actually hopping on fantasy football happy hour with the boss himself, Matthew Berry, today. So that'll be fun. Article coming out on Friday, and another cool show as well Friday. My first fantasy football is life show with Zane Denani one-on-one, just talking preseason reports, talking some prospects as well, and just outlooks we've seen for these guys in the early weeks of preseason. So super stoked for it. Yeah, let us know. Like Pete said, anything you want to see on the data side over the next couple weeks, we can bring it to you on Wednesdays. So thanks again, Pete. Have a good rest of your day, man.
Sounds good, Cups. We will check you later. There goes Alex Cups. I am off to the races in my 120th Best Ball Mania draft here. About to pick at 112. Let's see who is available to us. Let's check some exposures here as well. I am a little light on Jefferson, 6.6. That's kind of by design here. Let's go ahead and grab a Jefferson, and let me see what my combos are with him. 8.3% Barkley, decent amount with Henry, Walker, London. You know who I've been trying to get a little bit more of? And let's just pull him up here. Let's have a little fun. I'm trying to get more Chase Brown. And if I'm going to get more Chase Brown with only 30 more drafts left, I'm going to have to force the issue a little bit. So let's force the issue here. We'll do a Chase Brown, Justin Jefferson start. I mean, nothing insane. Chase Brown's ADP 14.9. I take him at 13. I do take him over Barkley and Walker, guys that have been clicking at a little bit higher frequency. It's Omarion Hampton. That's my big fade in this range, 2.8%. Pretty flat in that range, but I do want to have a little bit more Chase Brown. So we will grab him with Jefferson here. And let me make sure all my settings are good. Always going back between the eliminator and the classic here with the solver. Check my settings, make sure we are good here. I also want to upload some fresh rankings here just to make sure that I'm working with all of the most recent updates here. I know the ETR crew updating these every morning, so it's helpful to get those in the hopper as well. We can also check in on some of their spicy updated ranks. I know they nuked Tyrone Tracy after yesterday's news, so we can do some price checks and rankings checks here as I upload these rankings. All right, we should be good there. We will refresh, and we can carry on our merry way. Chase Brown, Justin Jefferson. If you guys have not taken the plunge with the solver yet, highly recommend it here. I'm actually going to toggle in this combo tool to just show my Best Ball Mania exposures. Not that I have a ton of other non-Best Ball Mania drafts in here, but we'll get this to the 119 drafts. You can see all of your exposures. You can see the combo exposures. I do not obviously have any Chase Brown and Justin Jefferson, but I can even toggle to just Chase Brown and see who I've been pairing him with in drafts. Very helpful tool for managing your exposures at this point in the season. You can, of course, get 20% off your solver subscription with promo code Pete. And I'm also very excited to utilize the solver as we enter Battle Royale season. That was my first love with the combo tool, was in the BRs, where the player pool and the ADPs get even more condensed when only 36 players are being drafted in those BRs, and understanding where your combos are becomes much more important, even compared to these 18-round best ball drafts. Where can you guys watch Happy Hour? So Matthew Berry has his own new YouTube channel. So if you search Matthew Berry YouTube, you will find it. I was actually on there Friday. So yeah, he's been doing those, I want to say 5 days a week now with various guests. But yeah, type in Matthew Berry YouTube and you will find his new channel. Very fun show over there. Minnesota Mike, do you have any full fade 0 to 1% drafted in the first 5 rounds? I mean, Hampton was my closest to it, 2.2% there. I mean, you can see here, I'm really light on Igbuka. This might be a spot to get a little bit more Igbuka if he falls. 2.8% Josh Allen. I can look here pretty easily. Yeah, I'm really light on Igbuka in BBM. I'll grab a share here if he falls. And he does not. The people will just not let me get a Emeka Egbuka. So, man, the Jeremiyah Love, his price is really falling. Breece Hall is the one that I'm really not as concerned about. The 2 to 3 weeks, like this is a dip I am content to slurp up. So I'll grab Breece Hall here at pick 36. The question is, do I want to do it with Jeremiyah Love as well? I do think Love is going to continue to fall a bit. Let's let his price settle a little bit more. We can do Javonte. 8.3% Javonte. I'm pretty flat in this range. Man, that was not a fun pick. I guess it's just, do you stomach the Jeremiyah Love stuff? Where have you guys seen Jeremiyah Love falling in these drafts? That's always the element of like, I want to see where his price settles before I buy back in. I don't think it's bad at 312, but have you guys been seeing him mid-fourth? Like, how far is Jeremiyah Love falling in your drafts? I'm curious. Alan says here, with Firefox, don't the ETR solver ranks update automatically with the extension installed? So they update via the solver score up here, but I like seeing them visually in my being able to rank and toggle here. But yes, if you have the ETR subscription for ranks and the solver, it will sync, but I like being able to review it there as well. Kiss My Third Leg, are you doing the BR Masterclass this season? So we are going to refresh the masterclass. And by that, I mean, we are going to have a new course looking at 2025 data specifically, things that were different than the data we looked at, things that were the same, kind of confirmed how we want to attack it. We will have a couple additional roundtables as well heading into the season. So yes, if you are a masterclass subscriber, you're going to have access to any of the new updates. And if you haven't yet, highly recommend getting that masterclass. It's all evergreen content on how to attack the Battle Royale landscape. But yes, for current subscribers, we will have some fresh updates for you guys within the next week or two. All right, let's check out what we're cooking with here. So from the 12 hole, Justin Jefferson, and then went Chase Brown, Breece Hall, Javonte Williams. I do kind of like playing it this way from the 12 hole. It feels like you're reaching a little bit if you're pulling up the receiver, Burden, McMillan, Evans. And I think the 5-6 now, you have some decent wide receiver options there sometimes that fall, and the running back options are just not as attractive anymore at the 5-6 turn. You know, I guess you can occasionally get Jadarian Price in that range. Maybe you get a Henderson fall, but I think you just have a little bit more flexibility here with the early running back selections. Jeremiyah Love does fall to 41 here, but did anyone have a price check on Jeremiyah Love in your guys' drafts? I think 41 is fine. In Clayton here goes CMC, Kenneth Walker, McBride, Love. Like getting McBride and Love on the same team that you didn't have to spend a second and third round pick on, and now we're in third and fourth round pick. Can't say I hate that. All right, I need some more coffee here. And I think we will do a coffee giveaway after these two picks here as well. Man, look at these running backs coming off the board here too. David Montgomery, Quinshon Judkins, Bucky Irving, Bashal Toot, and Jalen Warren. It also appears the steam is here for DJ Moore. DJ Moore goes at the 4-5 turn, not making it back to the Allen drafter like he did for a lot of this offseason. Had the good showing in the preseason. John said his true serum ADP was DJ Moore at like what, pick 34. So yeah, no more discounts on DJ Moore, it looks like. Devontae Adams falls to 57. We got Eric Beimfohr in this draft. I need to reach out to Eric for our annual draft, maybe next week. I don't know if you're watching, Eric, but let's get in the lab as we every year try to, capture the same lightning in a bottle as when we finish top 10 in BBM. Let's see here. So I do want to take Carnell Tate. The wide receivers have gotten pretty wiped in this range. The question is, do we grab the Hendo fall here? Let me grab Carnell Tate. Hendo or Price. I could do the Lamar thing, but I kind of want to go late round QB. I'm light on Henderson. I think this is the time to start buying back on Henderson. 6th round Hendo on a team where I have Brown, Breece Hall, Javonte. I think I can take on a little bit of that early season lack of production risk. I also think in certain builds, like if you want to flip Ramondre, if you want to take Ramondre ahead of him, I get it. This is the exact kind of build where I don't think I would do that on a team where I have Javonte and I feel like some of that early season stuff is covered. Let's clackety clack, roll the dice on TreVeyon Henderson here. Let me get a giveaway rolling. In honor of my most recent selection, let's go ahead and do hashtag Hendo. Hendo. This will be for a free bag of 12-ounce Vassaleros & Sons coffee. You can try the classic roast, which I've been drinking. And once I'm tapped out of that, I'm going to be trying some of these 12-ounce bags of the different varieties. We got the Columbia down here. My office smells incredible these days because of the Vassaleros & Sons coffee. I have these bags. I have the big bag back there over my shoulder as well. Starting to smell like a real coffee house in here. But yeah, drop hashtag Hendo in the chat and we will spin the wheel here in a couple of rounds. We got some new YouTube members today. I did gate the way it works because the Best Ball Bash is for YouTube members only. I had to make the entire stream members only here to chat to make the mechanics for the bash work and make sure nobody's, trying to skip the line there. So anyone who becomes a YouTube member, obviously you get access to the chat. You get access to enter your name in the hat for the bash drawing. And you also get access to the Best Ball After Dark shows. Had a fun show with Easy last weekend. We've had a good string of shows. Shady Advice was on the weekend before. Those are evergreen shows you can go and check out. We talk best ball, strategy, meta, industry, trends, gossip, all kinds of stuff like that on After Darks. Unfortunately, I do not think there is going to be an After Dark this week. I have the FFPC main event with Sean and Gretch tonight, and then I'm traveling to Vegas tomorrow. I take the red eye back Saturday night to Boston. Probably going to be too cooked to do one on Sunday night, but we'll get back and rolling with the After Darks next week. Best Ball Mania draft number 120, Justin Jefferson, Chase Brown, Breece Hall, Javonte Williams, Carnell Tate, and TreVeyon Henderson. I'll tell you who isn't scared of the Keenan Allen signing. Eric 3506 from the 2-hole grabs Josh Downs at pick 71. Oh no, do not tell me this. Got Clap says, in case we need more of a reason to draft him, Travis Hunter just kicked a field goal at joint practice with the Panthers. So now we have him on offense, defense, and special teams. Truly a do-it-all. Where's my Ohtani comp now, John Warner? Ohtani could never. All right, this is definitely going to be a wide receiver pick for me here with 4 running backs, 2 wide receivers. Poor Jordan Tyson. You see him rank 136 there. I have a couple selections I like here at wide receiver. I like Jaden Reed. I like Chris Godwin. Do we just double tap those guys? Jaden Reed, Chris Godwin. I mean, Lemon, Sutton, Addison in the mix, but these are my 2 favorites in this range. We could do Addison as well to like set up the double with Kyler. But I think on a team where I'm a little lighter at wide receiver, I do want to continue to scoop up Godwin, who I think is just a massive value right now. It is kind of similar to the Godwin or the Kittle thing, where I just think we're a little anchored to the old offseason price. I mean, Dwayne has him in the same tier as all of these round 5 wide receivers. He has him in the Terry McLaurin, Devontae Adams, that veteran tier, and he goes, 30 picks later than those guys? So we go Jaden Reed and Chris Godwin there at the 7-8 turn, and now we got the 4 running backs, 4 wide receivers. Chase Brown, Breece Hall, Javonte, Hendo, Jefferson, Carnell Tate, Jaden Reed, Chris Godwin. Lots of quarterback outs. Kyler with Jefferson, Ward with Tate, Love with Reed, Baker with Godwin. I think we're cruising here. I think we're cruising along good. Yeah, Lemon, both him and Devontae Smith back at practice, Judson says, running full speed on the side. I still think Lemon's a good pick. I do like that his price has chilled out a bit. You know, we were having to take him at the 6-7 turn with Hurts there for a while. He goes pick 91 here. That seems a lot more reasonable. Agree with Who Hames, says Godwin should go in round 6. Yeah, he looks exactly like a round 6 guy to me. You want to take kind of the big swing on Harrison and Brian Thomas, knock yourself out. I think Godwin in that range next to Quentin Johnston. That sounds about right to me as well, Who Hames. Round 6 has really gotten gross these days, right? I mean, in this draft, Hendo and Lamar fall there. I do obviously like Ramondre in this range. Warren at 66 is good. Maybe I'm underselling round 6 a bit, but quarterbacks fall to round 7 here. Just the Harrison, QJ, Brian Thomas reaching for downs. Laporta, one pick after Warren doesn't feel great to me. It's not the best round, but there are some values in this one. Price at 68. This is a nice running back room that MDE has put together from the 5. I like this team. So he goes JSN, AJ Brown. I'm not a huge Rashee Rice guy, but whatever. Comes back, gets ETN at 44, post Kamara news. That ADP is going to move. He gets Tootin at 53, Price at 68. Maybe this actually looks like a sidekick team right here, right? Rashee Rice, Patrick Mahomes at 92, Xavier Worthy. It is funny how you can spot those rooms now. 4 running backs, 4 wide receivers. I pick at 108, 109. I'll have to think through the quarterback stuff if there's someone I want to pull up here a bit. One of these picks is definitely going to be Kyler for me. All right, we are on the clock. I'm going to put Kyler in the queue. I have to decide, do I want to grab Fannin? Do I want to grab another quarterback? I mean, the Love in Baker ADPs 116 and 122. It's unlikely they come back to me, but I still have other ways I can play this. We get Kyler as our first. It's really, do I go Fannin? Do I go Kittle? Do I pull up a quarterback here? Let's do, should we just get my guy George Kittle? Should we go Fannin? Man, I didn't love that spot. I went Fannin. I'm not really sure why Fannin's sliding. I feel like every draft I've done in the past few days, Fannin's been here at 110, 112. Having to pit me against my other love, George Kittle, is tough. We'll see. We'll see what comes back. I'm probably going to get shut out at quarterback and then have to scramble. So I don't know if I love how I played that. Justin Jefferson up top, Chase Brown, Breece Hall, Javonte Williams, Carnell Tate, TreVeyon Henderson, Jaden Reed, Chris Godwin, Kyler Murray, Harold Fannin. Yeah, sometimes Golden's there. I could have... Yeah, the Golden drafter is going to be interested in Baker. Where's the Igbuka drafter? Okay, maybe there's a chance Baker comes back. The Igbuka drafter has both Josh Allen and Lamar, so there's a little coverage there, but it would still be a pretty big slide. Where would I take Tyson? Yeah, we did the we talked about that on Off and On the Clock yesterday. To me, I think in my True Serum ADP, I put him right in this range. In the once Jaden Higgins is off the board, kind of when you're deciding between the Romeo Dobbs, the Shakir, the Stribling, this to me feels like the range for him. I want to take Casey Concepcion over him. Him head to head versus Higgins. It probably depends on what kind of team I have. I do think, like, in the same way I added Henderson to a 3 running backs up top build, Chase Brown, Breece Hall, Javonte, that's probably how I'm thinking about Tyson. Like, if I had a 0 RB-ish team, I'm trying to find one here that would maybe be a good example of it. Like, let's look at Eric's team here, right? CeeDee Lamb, Garrett Wilson, Luther Burden, Parker Washington. Maybe this is a team where you add Tyson as your 5th wide receiver. The problem is, how long is it going to take until Tyson gets to a price where you can even pull that off? In this draft, he goes 83. I mean, that's still just absurdly pricey for a guy who's going to miss so much of the season. So yeah, I mean, I want Tyson in the late 110s, early 120s, and then on a very specific type of team as well. Who knows if we ever get it? We know between auto drafters, the stickiness of ADP, it could take a while for us to get to that spot. So Baker goes at 124 to the Kenny Gainwell drafter. And quarterback really got wiped in this range. Let's see. I do like Aaron Jones on Kyler teams here. Chris Rodriguez is here, and then we have that tier break. We could do something like a Higgins. Wow, Tracy goes at 131. The big bub does not care about recent news. Jordan Tyson and Tyrod Tracy. What if we did like Higgins and Stroud just to give ourselves a little bit of leeway? You could also do Coker. I'm going to grab Higgins here. Higgins falls to 132. The question is, do I try to push Stroud? Stroud's ADP is later. Am I just playing with fire here if I grab Aaron Jones? Should I play with fire? I think I'm going to play with fire, guys. I'm going to take Aaron Jones at 133. I think that's a silly price for him. I have Kyler. I take Higgins. It gives me another out to Stroud. I have Cam Ward with Carnell Tate. I can do Geno stuff with Breece Hall. I can take Shadur Sanders with Harold Fannin. I won't say that with a straight face. We're risking it. We're risking it. Very risky on the turn at this point. I could very easily get shut out. Take dimes to set up Keenan. I don't know if Keenan's coming back. Is Keenan above Tyson for you? Holy shit. I mean, I think from just like a median, rankings perspective, actually, I'll say no. I would say no. Again, I'm going to be very specific on how I use those guys, like what kind of team I would add a Keenan to or a Tyson to. But I think Keenan's still more of like a 13th round pick to me. 12th, 13th round pick, these 130 range. I think I slotted him like after this range of Shaheed, Coker, Hunter. That's when you start looking at Keenan. And then I think they're close. It's a good one. It's kind of similar to like Stribling or Debo. Keenan or Tyson really depends on what you need on a specific roster. Groovy Greg says, was busy yesterday, so missed all the shows live, but caught up on them last night. That Overzet's overview on the Swolecast had me in tears. I just wanted to give you props. Yes. Davis, he was at the Flock draft all last week in Austin, and there were some incredible photos, some moments from the videos that popped up, and I had to do a PowerPoint presentation for my client, Davis Maddock. Go check that out on the Swolecast. Lou's going to put together a clip as well, so we'll get that out on social. But I'm shopping around Davis Maddock after his big week with the Flock. Judson says, Pierce price check. The coach was like, yeah, he won't be back for training camp. Yeah, man, he's nuked too. I mean, it's not, maybe it feels like a cop-out to just keep saying this same range, but it's like, are you taking Rashid Shaheed or Alec Pierce? Are you taking Jalen Coker or Alec Pierce? Like, that feels about right to me. Where did he go in this one? Alec Pierce at 95. Like, we just can't be doing that. We just can't be doing Alec Pierce at 95 right now, I don't think. I mean, it feels pretty bad. If you wanted the MarShawn Lloyd, oh man, I played way too fast and loose with quarterback. Oh man, I fucked that up. I thought at least Cam Ward would maybe have a chance to come back at 156. Oh yeah, we screwed ourselves here. I tried to do the old meta. The new meta is you got to get your quarterbacks a round and a half early, and I said, you know what, let's Let's fuck around and find out. At least I should be able to get Bryce Young here. I think I should be able to get Bryce Young here at 156. Keenan Allen still is here as well. I will take Keenan. I think I'll take Keenan. I have to look at my team. I need to see if I need to pull up another quarterback here. All right, so we're going to grab Bryce Young. I do wish I had gone Coker now instead of Higgins. We're done at running back. I mean, tight end kind of got wiped here as well, and we can sit on that. ETR has Keenan ranked at 145. I think we probably just grab the Keenan pick here. There's not a lot of other back stacking stuff I'm going to be doing. All right, I don't like this draft. But there you go. There's the price check on Keenan, 157. Let's recap this team that I was playing with fire with. Justin Jefferson, Chase Brown, Breece Hall, Javonte Williams, Carnell Tate, TreVeyon Henderson, Jane Reed, Chris Godwin, Kyler Murray. Everything was going good up to then. I should have just taken Love. I don't know what I was thinking. Should have just taken Love at pick 109. Instead, I take Fannin. Then I come back and I'm torn between Higgins and Coker. I'm like, I'll take Higgins. Maybe Stroud comes back. That was wishful thinking. Man, I mean, I just whiffed on two of those picks. Fannin, I either have to go, if I don't go Love and I click Fannin, then I need to go CJ Stroud with Higgins. Like why I got so in love with Aaron Jones as my RB5. I mean, your boy is rusty today. Luckily, I'm going to have Jeary come on. Jeary's going to be joining us here in about 15 minutes for a draft. He will right this ship. He will get me back on the straight and narrow. I do come back. I get Bryce Young at 156. Keenan Allen at 157. The team's going to be fine, but I just feel like those were two unnecessary mistakes. Two unforced errors. Did I spin who won the coffee yet? I'm ripping it in here. Let's see who wants some free coffee compliments of Vassaleros. And since Jerry's in the mix here, who's he going to be? Josh! Congratulations, my guy Josh, winner of the Vassaleros and Sons coffee. We'll do another giveaway maybe during the not during the randomizer, maybe during the Jeary draft, maybe during the bash. But shoot me a message, Josh. I will get you your promo code for your free 12-ounce bag of coffee. Chris Riley, is there going to be a Crack Rock draft this year? Yes, absolutely, sir. I've been pulling up the schedule a few times here and there. You can see here, tonight, we have the draft with Sean and Ben. On Tuesday, the ADP chasing crew is doing their draft. And then next Thursday, so a week from tomorrow, is the main event draft with Crack Rock. What would it be? 2 weeks from Monday, this previous Monday, will be the stat chasing main event draft. Then we have an OG main event draft. It's going to be Davis, an OG ADP chasing main event, I should say. It's going to be Davis, Sam Sherman, and Pat. That'll be Thursday, September 3rd. And then we will conclude high stakes season on ship chasing with the 5K league with Leone and Gretsch on Tuesday, September 8th. All right. 3 picks away here at the 15-16 turn. I have the 2-5-6-1. Who do we have sliding here? Trey Harris really sliding. That's an interesting one. I do think Trey Harris is a very nice pick. I could also use another tight end here. I might go double Jets. I like this price on Kenyon Sadiq. Okay, I think this is how I'm going to play this. Can we recover here, guys, with a Geno and Sadiq? Can we recover with this? We take Sadiq as our tight end 2, and then we get Geno Smith as our third quarterback. We have Kyler and Bryce Young. We definitely need a third. You're to Jacoby to a range. I think this is pretty clearly the Geno thing. He was my backstop. So we now have Kyler to Jefferson and Aaron Jones. We have Geno Smith to Breece Hall and Kenyon Sadiq. And then we have naked Bryce Young. It's not the prettiest quarterback room, but I think it gets the job done. I mean, Geno really the last pick at quarterback that you can take and tell yourself a story that he's going to be playing in the fantasy playoffs. It's still certainly not a lock whatsoever. Plenty of late season bench risk. But one thing that's nice, if you look at the specific team, Bryce Young, week 5 bye, Kyler Murray, week 6 bye. At least I should be able to hang my hat that Geno Smith can cover those bye weeks, which is the thesis of the click. I mean, the thesis is I have Breece Hall and Sadiq, so we're making that bet. But Geno, can you cover for me in week 5 and 6? That's all I'm asking, brother. Charlie, the audio roundup for our audio listeners. Kyler Murray, Bryce Young, Geno Smith at quarterback. Chase Brown, Breece Hall, Javonte Williams, TreVeyon Henderson, and Aaron Jones at running back. Justin Jefferson, Carnell Tate, Jaden Reed, Chris Godwin, Jaden Higgins, Keenan Allen at wide receiver, Harold Fannin, and Sadiq at tight end. I will say this. I still have some picks I would like to wind back, but man, the teams feel loaded when you really push quarterback. I mean, because you're just like this running back room and these wide receivers here, rock solid. But man, you're playing fast and loose at quarterback. I should also mention, guys, if you want to listen or watch on Spotify, I, of course, always service the audio listeners, regardless of your podcast of choice. But if you guys are watching on Spotify, make sure you do follow the In a Vacuum podcast feed. Definitely helpful there for you guys to follow on Spotify. Spotify's doing a really good job of like organically pushing out content in a way that YouTube does it. Like, you know, where we're at now with Apple iTunes, and unless you have the link and you're subscribing, they're not serving your podcast up to anybody else. But if you guys are on Spotify there and could follow, that would be great. I just dropped the link in the chat. I have it up on screen here. And the nice thing about the Spotify is you can go in and out of audio and video. So the videos are uploaded there as well. So you can start with video. You can tab over to audio if you need. So we have a 3-5-6-2. We have 2 more picks here. Jerry joining in a second. Let's see. How do we want to land this plane? Are we doing the Darren Waller thing? I took my first share of Darren Waller yesterday on Off and On the Clock on a Bryce Young team. Although it does feel insane to take Darren Waller over a Rondé Gadsden. Like, I think I've found my price for a Rondé Gadsden. You know, like I'm going to take Gadsden at pick 204. Are there any fun picks left? Are there any fun wide receivers? It's just like, oh, you're going to make me draft Jeremy Bernard for the millionth time. You know what we could do? We could do like Leggett. If we're not going to do Waller, we could do Leggett deep. I am going to take Gadsden here. Oh, God, I get sniped on Gadsden? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. All right, I am going to do Waller then. Third tight end. I mean, what a tight end room. Fannin, Sadiq, and Waller. I guess Waller can cover for me early while Sadiq. Should I just do like the backdoor double with Bryce? I mean, I click so many of these Calvin Ridley, Jerry Jeudy, Jeremy Bernard, dust balls. I mean, Jeremy's not a dust ball, but I don't know. Let's do the uber cheap backdoor Bryce Young stack. I mean, it couldn't be more cheap. Bryce Young at 156, Leggett at 205, Darren Waller at 204. You can't just always make the optimal pick. Sometimes you got to have a little fun. Sometimes you got to remember your stacking slappy roots. 3-5-7-3. Kyler Murray, Bryce Young, Geno Smith, Chase Brown, Breece Hall, Javonte Williams, TreVeyon Henderson, Aaron Jones, Justin Jefferson, Carnell Tate, Jaden Reed, Chris Godwin, Jaden Higgins, Keenan Allen, Xavier Legette, Fannin, Sadiq, Waller. I think with that wide receiver base, I mean, Jefferson, Godwin, Keenan, obviously Tate, Reed, Higgins. Let's just have some fun with Legette and Waller. I don't know if that's actually fun, but I'll just say I stacked. You can't quibble with that. You can quibble with a lot, but you cannot deny the fact that I stacked those final 2 picks. All right. Let's bring on my guy, Jeary. There he is. The man, the myth, the fake Norwegian, the fake German, the actual Canadian. Jeary, welcome to Best Ball Breakfast.
My goodness, what an intro. I do feel welcome. Thank you for having me, Pete. Happy to be here.
Yeah, and congratulations on hitting your big sub milestone. How did the mega stream go the other day? You were live for what, like 12 hours?
I went live for 10 hours. Dude, it was so much fun. And honestly, it went by way faster than expected. I had a new guest every hour, so it kept it really fresh and exciting. And it was just real fun. And I felt so grateful after.
Beautiful, man. Yeah. How did the teams turn out? Do you feel good about the squads you drafted on stream?
I honestly don't remember any of them. I'll be honest, except for the big dog I did with Emo, but kind of a little bit of a blur at this point. I'll be honest.
Yes, that does happen when you stream for that long. But we are going to get a Best Ball Mania draft going here. You know what, Jerry? You said all the drafts blur together for you. Let's make this one unforgettable, man.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We have the 105 here. Where are you at in your best ball portfolio, allocation? Are you trying to max BBM? What are you trying to get into with these, last 20 days or so of drafting?
Yeah, I'm deep, man. I'm 143 Best Ball Manias deep. I'm an early drafter. And yeah, I only have 7 left. Been savoring them a little bit, trying to just space them out a little bit. But I like that early EV.
There you go. I like that. I'm going to drop this in the chat as well. You guys all need to be subscribed to the Jeary football channel over here. Let me get this in the chat. And what did I tell you? Did I say 1,000 subs? I'm coming on.
Yeah, you said 1,000.
Yeah. So if you guys want to see me on Jerry's channel, everyone in the chat right now needs to make sure you're subscribed. I mean, we have 337 people watching. I'm sure there's a decent amount of overlap of Jeary fans and Best Ball Breakfast fans. But if we could get, even 100, 150 new Jeary subscribers, we would be well on our way. I mean, do you have the energy to do another marathon stream if you were to hit 1,000 subscribers today?
Dude, are you kidding? I could have gone for 20 hours last time if I didn't have work the next morning. So yeah, of course, man. We might just.
Who's your guy here at 1.5? JSN, CMC? What do you do?
Let's be boring. Let's just take JSN.
Okay. Yeah, we can ease into the excitement. We gotta ease into it.
Absolutely. 5, it's fun to get a little weird sometimes, but I'm been doing that a little bit too much maybe. So I'm a little underweight JSN for that reason. Happy to get a share here.
Let's see here. The chat wants to know where in Canada are you again?
Vancouver.
Yes,
sir.
yes. Beautiful. We were just talking about Vancouver on the Swolecast yesterday because we're thinking that is where we might do the ship chasing meetup next year.
Dude, you have to, especially in the summer. It's so beautiful here. Like, I'll show you around, man. I got some connections. We'll make it work.
Ooh, I got some connections. That sounds ominous and exciting.
Yes, sir. That's how we do it.
Have you bumped into a John Warner, a Jacob Sanderson in the wild up there yet?
No, I knew Jacob lived in Vancouver. I haven't connected with him, and Nez actually just recently let me know that John lives in Vancouver too. So that's pretty cool, man. I didn't know there was so many of us here.
There you go. Yeah, you guys are legion. There's Sal Stefanile. I don't know if you know him. He's an OG fantasy guy as well who lives in Vancouver. So yeah, you guys got a good contingent up there.
Let's go, man. I mean, yeah, beautiful city, hard workers.
I like it. So you said you're almost done maxing BBM. I assume you have some pretty big early exposure stands. Who are the guys that you're either getting really nice CLV on or the not so nice CLV?
Man, One of my favorite guys you do not like, Mr. Parker Washington. One of my highest
Oh,
drafted players. In BBM, he is my highest drafted players. And you talk about
wow!
CLV,
Congrats.
I have a ton of teams with him in the 80s and like late 70s, and those feel phenomenal.
I bet they do. They were talking about it on ADP chasing last night. It's a double whammy for being light on Parker Washington because it also means you are likely taking Jordan Tyson over him a lot. And so you Parker Washington bros, I mean, it's always sunshine and rainbows with you guys.
Always, man. It is. Big dog goes. Let's get a little spicy. Pull up some Pickens.
Okay. All right. Talk to me about George Pickens here. Obviously pass on, Brown, London, but it sounds like you feel like this kind of tier of wide receivers is a little flat.
Yeah, I like the Week 17 matchup a lot too, and just the amount of teams that are going to be combined with Pickens, JSN. I don't think there's going to be that many. Not many people really pull up JSN, and Pickens doesn't fall to that point in the third too often. So I like it for uniqueness as well.
Nice. Yeah, so we get JSN in Pickens there. It sounds like do you keep kind of meticulous track of your early round combos?
Not at all. I don't use any tools. I don't use any rankings. Nothing. I just raw dog my drafts.
Love it. Okay. All right. That's you're one of the old school mentality, a new school streamer with an old school mentality. There's your tagline, Jeary.
Yes, sir. I'm an old soul, and hopefully it pays off this year. That's what we're hoping for.
That's right. Get that bank under your belt. Start naming all of your YouTube streams. BBM champion goes live. All right, we are on the clock here. We have the Cardinals, Breece Hall, Kyron Williams, Lad, Igbuka. Who should we click here?
Oh, this range is disgusting. Especially now. Let's just keep getting weird, man. Let's pull up Higgins.
Okay.
Get him in time?
Yeah, we got him.
Yeah, I gotta be a little quicker.
No, you're good. Love and Breece are falling a ton, so it's like you don't feel like taking them there. I do think McBride is still an awesome selection at that range, or you do what we did, which is kind of pull up your favorite wide receiver.
Yeah, I the running back range is gross. I'm not taking Breece here. I can't take Kyron here. We'll just cross our fingers, hope we can get our guys later and make it work. There's also two guys next to us, both starting full estrogen with the 3 wide receivers. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
You know what? I always talk about the 3, the high T starts. I have not heard the high estrogen description for the 3 wide receiver drafters. Look at us, though. We are going to be battling. It isn't great when you're on the exact same build as the 3 other drafters right next to you, because that's what we're going to be battling here.
No, but if we're just better, then it works, And yeah, the estrogen's kind of become a bit of a meme on my channel in the past couple weeks here. It's been fun.
Love it. All right, so price check, Jeremiyah Love. This is a weird one. Jeremiyah Love goes at 30, and then Breece Hall falls all the way to 36. And to me, it should be the opposite. Like the Breece Hall slide shouldn't be quite as drastic. It's just 2 to 3 weeks with the groin. The Jeremiyah Love stuff can easily trickle into the start of the season. There's just so much more, I think, risk there that Love should be dropping more. We do see Travis Etienne, fresh off of the Kamara injury news, inch up here to pick 38. This range at 44 is kind of an interesting spot here now as well. Generally some receivers you like. Are you the Scatabo guy after the Najee? What are you thinking about here in the 4th?
No, Scatabo is one of my biggest fades. I'll be honest. I mean, if Kyron or Javonte go come back to us, that would be incredible. One of my favorite 4th round clicks is Colston Loveland. Might be a little tough on this team because with the 2 guys starting 3 receivers next to us, I think we need a running back. It's Swift or Monty for me.
Let's do Swift.
Let's go Swift.
Swift, I mean, I think Swift is just a rock solid pick. And I wrote in the newsletter today, the thesis just gets a little stronger with Monungai week to week. I mean, even if you get him a little dinged up to start the season, you get more Swift. I think he's going to have all the work he can handle this year.
I think so too. And I love the week 17 matchup as well, which is why I kind of, take him over Jacobs now, because Jacobs playing the Texans does not feel great, especially how he performed last year, week 17.
Yep. Yep. So we get this running back there. You had the stomach for the 3 wide receiver start. How far have you pushed your 0 RB builds, or is this about where you're like, all right, give me the running back?
I pushed it to like round 8, first running back with like Rico Dowdle, and I felt great about it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess who was best available? Yeah, you could have gone Burden. Are you a Burden guy here?
Nah. I'd rather get Swift and then get JMO round 5.
We see Tyler Warren go at pick 50. His ADP's all over the place. He went like pick 66 in the draft I just did, goes 50 here. We start JSN, Pickens, Higgins, DeAndre Swift, and this broke nicely for us because all these guys also grabbed running backs. And so now we have some nice values at wide receiver with JMO, Adams, and Mike Evans.
Yeah, and if JMO's there, we have to take him. That's my dude. I named my cat after him.
Okay, because I was going to say, Parker Washington ain't coming back to us in the 6th round. So it's either you got to decide between who you named your cat after or Parker Washington.
I had a long debate with Rambus last night on stream about Jameson Williams versus Parker Washington. And as much as I love P-Wash, I'm not taking him over JMO.
What was the, I assume Rambus was on the Parker Washington side?
Dude, he was telling me Parker Washington's better at football than Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Okay. All right. So you're saying he outmaneuvered you on JMO bullishness?
Yeah, dude. Like I'm a huge Parker Washington bull, my highest drafted player, but that's a little aggressive for me.
Yes. Sorry, Willis. He threatened to get Parker Washington, but the draft slot didn't really comply. If JMO had gone, let's say where Tyler Warren went, would Parker Washington have been the pick for you?
For you, I definitely would have done it.
You've already packed your bags at much cheaper prices, but for me, I would need to grab him at this spot.
I'm trying to bless you, man. I'm trying to do you a favor. Get on board. It's not quite too late. You'll definitely be at a 20-25 pick disadvantage, but he's still a stud.
All right. So I've been told. That's what they keep telling me. I do love JMO though, man. I'm with you on that. I mean, I think this is an awesome range. Mike Evans, Adams, JMO, Christian Watson, fine. We can include Parker Washington in there. But yeah, this is a really nice spot to be grabbing a wide receiver. And JMO, man, it's weird because for so many years, JMO was like the sexy, just imagine what could happen with JMO in a full-time role. And now, like, it's here. It happened, guys. Like, he broke out. He's a huge part of the offense. He's, tethered to a team that scores a shit ton of points and doesn't take their feet off the gas. And now he's a boring pick because, like, the breakout already happened. I'm still ready for JMO season.
JMO's a stud. 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns the last 2 years, and he just keeps getting better. And the offense wasn't great last year. Jadarian Price is here. We have to take him. If not, it's Joe Burrow.
Yeah. Jadarian Price goes. So yeah, let's stack that up with Burrow here. And Price would have been fun. So now we have Burrow to Higgins. We have Swift as our anchor RB. We also have JSN, Pickens, and JMO. Plenty of quarterback outs there with Darnold, Dak, and Goff as well. You say you're do a lot of vibes based, not using tools and stuff. What kind of constructions? Are you pretty flexible with your constructions? Are you a stack slappy? How would you identify yourself as a drafter?
I'm extremely flexible. I approach every draft differently. Kind of just, take what I pick in the moment. Sometimes we get weird. We pull up Pickens. Sometimes we'll take the falling AJ Brown. As far as constructions go, yeah, it's all over the place, especially this year streaming for the first time and being exposed to more people's opinions and outlooks too. It's made me a lot less tied to some of my previous, biases as like a, 2682 bro or whatnot. But I get weird all over the place. Sometimes we'll go, high T, high estrogen, balanced. We do it all.
All right. Well, let's see what we are going to do here at 7-7. Tucker Craft,
Rico.
Rico. Let's grab Rico here, get that second back. Yeah. Okay. This was a conversation we've been having, like with the Tony Pollard slide. Like, where do you draw the line? Rico over Pollard. I think I'm there with you. Talk to me about Rico.
Yeah, I've been drafting Rico over Pollard for a while now. And I feel good about it, man. Rico was my highest drafted player last year at like 35% or something. And it smashed. I think it's a great landing spot in Pittsburgh. They always use 2 running backs. Him and Jaylen Warren are kind of like on par for me. So at cost, I like Rico Dowdle a lot more. And at this point in August, I don't feel the need to try and push him to the next round with the running back thirst. I don't think he's going to fall there. So as a click in round 7 when I need a running back, it feels like a smash to me.
Yeah, I think he's a good pick here. Warren comes off the board. I think you can really make the argument that him and Rico should be going back to back. Brooks goes ahead of him, and we even see Blake Corum go ahead of Pollard in this draft. So we're cooking here with Jeary through 7 rounds. We got the stack with Burrow and Higgins. We have JSN and Pickens and JMO as our other wide receivers. And now we have our 2 running backs here, Swift and Rico, 2 guys who are going to score points right off the rip. You're not at risk of falling too far behind running back points wise. Jeary, let people know if they do take the plunge and subscribe to the Jeary Football channel. What's your streaming schedule like?
Man, I've been streaming every single day since the big board, essentially. I've missed, I don't know, maybe 10 days less since January 25th. Having a great time doing it. Normally live in the evenings around like 7 p.m. Pacific. And that schedule will actually work with me for the rest of the summer. I've mentioned with you in the past, I do work shift work, so it's hard to, stick to a certain time. But with what I'm working for the next 4 weeks, yeah, in the evenings for sure. Running back, we're looking at.
You like Harvey?
Yeah, let's take Harvey. A little faller.
Harvey, yeah, he's the one faller here, and then you're kind of to the guys in the hundreds. I think Harvey's a really strong pick here. I've been really warming to just all of the Denver backfield, but really trying to catch up on Harvey and Jonah Coleman specifically.
Yeah, I have a big 0 bag of Jonah Coleman. I don't get it personally.
I mean, I'm with you in that up until I would say the past week or two, I had been very light on him. I think him being the most expensive of those running backs didn't necessarily make sense with the information we had, but based on how Sean Payton's talking about him, how he used him in the preseason, saying I've seen enough of this guy. I don't want to risk him getting hurt. I think he really now emerges as a pretty interesting contingent bet, whether it is through the passing work with Harvey, whether it's the base work with Dobbins, whether it's just having a little bit of a standalone role off the rip. We know Sean Payton will use these 3 backs. I've definitely warmed to Jonah Coleman.
Yeah, I just don't really get the contingent bet at around ADP 150 for an RB3, who even if Dobbins does get hurt, he's still in a committee. Whereas you can get guys literally around 17, 18 who are the clear RB2 to a good running back who can just absolutely smash if they go down.
Yeah, I guess the pushback would be absolutely smash in that a lot of those backs have more limited profiles. Let's actually make this pick here, though. We are picking at 100. You could
any more running backs?
We could do the Monungai fall. Gainwell, Rashad White. You like?
Let's go guys? Gainwell.
All right, let's.
We have
Gainwell
Swift.
Here. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we don't need to double up there. The thing I would say about Coleman is I think are getting a decent amount of ambiguity. I still think there's a lot of risk with Harvey just on how things played out and how the team didn't really seem to trust him. You obviously get the Dobbins injury stuff, a guy who's perennially, dinged up. And then you have one of the best offensive lines in football. And you have a guy in Coleman who can catch passes and run. I just think there's a lot of things going for him that price to me doesn't strike me anymore as crazy. But I hear you, it isn't a 1-for-1, but I think he has more outs to getting there than a lot of those other guys who do just truly need an injury. I think Coleman can earn a role without an injury.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, RJ Harvey was drafted with the last pick of the 2nd round, but when he was drafted, everyone was saying it's a big reach. He did show out I think he got 12 touchdowns or something as a rookie, something like that. Pretty close though.
Yeah.
More of a receiving back, but I get what you're saying about Coleman. I guess I like better bets at that point. I'm a big Tank Bigsby guy, one of my highest drafted players, and they go pretty close to each other.
All right, we got a couple questions here. John, one of the Vancouver guys, he said, what is a must-do for the crew? You teased that you have some sources, but what would be one thing we would have to do in Vancouver?
I mean, in the summer, the first thing that comes to mind is you got to go to Stanley Park. You got to go around the seawall. It's so beautiful, man. You get a great view of the mountains, the water, the ocean. You get lucky, you might see some whales in there too. Once in a while, not too often, but you could hope.
So Goff goes. Do you like the Alec Pierce dip at this point? Casey Concepcion, Aaron Jones is a running back. We got Kincaid, Kelsey. What do we do here?
Let's go. Yeah, we could take the Pierce dip.
You want to?
I can't see much because the comment.
Sorry. I forgot to take that off when I went to the board. Thank you. So yeah, Pierce ETR dropped him to 113 in their ranks. We take him at 116. This is the kind of spots we were talking about here of like, do you take Casey Concepcion over him? Gun to head, I am probably taking Concepcion. But yeah, Pierce at 116, at least it feels closer to fair value than paying that old price.
Yeah, and with the other wide receivers that we have, we can eat some zeros. It's okay.
Yeah, you're right. JSN, Pickens, Higgins, JMO. Goff would have been interesting in that we would have had 2 week 6 buys there with Burrow and Goff, but he would have been fun to stack up with JMO. We should probably keep an eye on Darnold. We pick at 125 and 140. His ADP is 142. So there's a chance we could get him coming back. For the Jordan Tyson people, he goes at 118 here, a much more reasonable price tag than the pick 87 he went in that first draft. What are you looking at here, Jerry? We do have the tight ends who are sliding, Kincaid and Kelsey. Goddard here, Higgins, Shakir, Stribling.
Yeah, I think let's go with either Kincaid or Goddard. Just lock up our first tight end and be happy with it.
Yep.
I think I would probably take Kincaid first just for the pure upside and ceiling.
Yep. I'm with you on that. Kincaid dips here, I guess just slightly past ADP. Sounds like you're out on Kelsey. You flip Goddard over him.
Honestly, yeah. Like at this point, Kelsey's just close to falling off. I take him more in the eliminator or if I have a Mahomes stack, but just thinking about the playoff weeks and everything, who do I think has a better chance of truly spiking into your lineup? Kincaid, Goddard. I like those guys more.
Let's see here. Another question from GoAZ Cards. He wants to know who would be your dream guest on your channel?
Jameson Williams.
Jameson Williams. That would be a pretty sick get if you could pull that off.
Hey, maybe one day, man. You never know.
Who is it? Wasn't there a guy that you were tagging on Twitter to come on your stream, or you would tag and say he was going to be on there?
No. PPR Tyler did that with Jalen Coker. When I did my 300 subscriber stream and I tagged everyone I was going to stream with, I did a solo hour and I tagged Alex Anzalone just kind of as a joke.
Yeah. I knew that was the one I was thinking of. I remember.
Yeah.
Is he your other lookalike you get along with?
Dude, I get so many things, man. I get everything. Yeah, a lot of Anzalone. Like the one time I went to a Lions game, I went down for week 17, San Francisco, Detroit 2 years ago. A great game. I got a lot of Anzalone in the crowd, and get a lot of Erling Haaland, especially with FIFA being hosted in Vancouver here. And yeah, Darnold or Jones? Darnold first, though.
Yeah.
Darnold's sick.
Yeah, that's who do you want to go? You want to play the ADP
Darnold
game and go Darnold first? Yeah. All right, let's do it. Good patience there on quarterback. We get Darnold stacked up with JSN. We got Burrow stacked up with Higgins. We got a 2-4-5-1 cooking here. Pretty solid at all of our positions. Kind of a modified 0 RB build with Swift as the anchor and then Rico, Harvey, Gainwell. This is an interesting spot of, if you get the QB3 that falls, like a Daniel Jones, do you grab him? Or this can also be kind of last call for some of these interesting running backs. Obviously, your Bigsby's, your MarShawn Lloyds of the world at this point.
Yeah, in Best Ball Mania, I would lean towards the 2 quarterbacks because Jones could even keep falling. He could even be there at 164. I have some teams with him like in the 170s. So BBM for sure, I try and push it. I know you did that in your last draft too. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but I'm trying to win $2 million,
Yeah. It makes you feel alive when you're like, I need Geno Smith. Otherwise, this team is trash. That really makes you feel alive.
It does.
All right, let's see here. If I look at the running backs, you want to get your guy Tank Bigsby here?
Yeah, let's get Tank.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to throw him in the queue. Let's just talk it through real quick. I'm looking at anything else. Not Tyrone Tracy. You got like Boston, Hunter, Keenan Allen, or we do Dimes. I think it's Dimes or Bigsby here.
Yeah, let's go Tank.
You said he's your most drafted player, or up there with P-Wash?
Yeah, he's my second highest drafted running back. There's one running back I've drafted higher who we'll look at round 17, 18.
Okay. All right. I like that. Pro streamer, you can't fully tip your hand here for the stream snipers. Josh wants to know, have you tried JMO's go-to McDonald's order?
No.
Do you even know what it is? I don't know what it is either. What is it?
Yeah, dude. He puts his McFlurry on a burger.
Honestly, I mean, Wendy's, that was always a popular thing, right? You dip your Wendy's fries in the Frosty. Like why can't we do that over at McDonald's as well?
Hey, fries are a little different, but I don't really eat McDonald's anyways, or fast food in general.
Dude, this always happens on, like, I do these long streams and I haven't eaten, and normally I'm like so busy and doing so many things that I won't even think about food, and I'll be good. But then every once in a while we'll have a conversation like this and I'm picturing a McFlurry on a burger, and I just got very hungry right now at 11:36 a.m. So thank you for that, Josh. Thank you for that.
You know the best snack to have while you're streaming? You got to get a bag of bacon with you.
A bag of bacon. Is this cooked? Yeah, is it raw? What are we working with?
Of course it's cooked. Of course it's cooked. Cook it and then just have it right next to you. You know, high satiating snack, lots of fat, carry you over, won't fill you up too much, or make you tired.
It feels messy. It sounds messy. Have you done this move, or is this a do as I say, not as I do kind of thing, Jeary?
Oh, dude, that's my thing. Yeah, I did that during a 10-hour stream.
I need to see a clip of this. I need to see how you navigate this. Jeary, you're going to look like an oracle here if Danny Dimes falls to 164 here. We're about to pick in the 14th round. We have a 2-5-5-1. We've had a bunch of wide receivers come off the board. Tucker, Boston, McMillan, Allen, Lane, A.D. Mitchell, Wicks, Flournoy. Will they do it? Do you want to give us Danny Dimes at 164? You know you do. Do it for Jeary. Do it for Pete. Do it for Alec Pierce. Don't time out on deck. Come on, bro. What a slow roll.
Hey,
let's
Brenton
get another tight.
Yeah. Brenton Strange is a phenomenal pick, and I do not care whatsoever about bye weeks at tight end.
Okay. Well, this is probably a 3 tight end team anyways.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to add Strange. Let's see here. How tilted do we need to be about this Danny Dimes snipe? I mean, the only reason I get tilted is if it's a true auto timeout at the top. That's what I don't like. If you want to willingly click your guy Dimes as a value, I'm on board. I just don't want to hear that it was an auto pick, you know?
Yeah, I get you, man. It happens to me too. And when you're waiting for a player and it just slowly ticks down, the anticipation builds. It sucks when they get sniped right in front of you too.
Yeah, Strange at 164, Kincaid. Let's do a quick recap of the team as we head into round 15. Burrow and Darnold at quarterback, Swift, Dowdle, RJ Harvey, Kenny Gainwell, Tank Bigsby at running back, JSN, Pickens, Higgins, JMO, Alec Pierce at wide receiver, Kincaid and Strange here at tight end. Looking good. What are you thinking about with these last 4 picks, maybe more so structurally than individual player targets?
Yeah, I think we're probably looking at a 2-6-7-3 build. Get a third tight end. I'm happy with the 2 quarterbacks in Best Ball Mania. I have no problem with Burrow and Darnold whatsoever. I do think we could use a 6th running back, and we definitely will be happy with 7 receivers. So structurally, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yep. Let's see here. Let me look at the available running backs. So we have Kamara, who's now going to fall. Blue, Pacheco, Sampson, Mike Washington. At wide receiver, we're looking at like Jawan Jennings, Cyrus Allen, Tank Dell. There's some of the veterans. Tight end, we have Hawk, Schultz, Otten. I was going to mention Jaden Blue on a team where we have Pickens, but he goes. We're about to pick here at 15-5. Who's catching your eye?
Let's take a big upside swing at receiver and go some Cyrus Allen maybe. Yeah,
I've been trying to get more Cyrus Allen. I'm light on him. Again, seems like there's a lot of ways he could see the field early this year. Talk to me about your Cyrus Allen love.
I don't have a lot of Cyrus Allen love. It's another guy I was going back and forth with Rambus on last night.
You're diversifying your exposures on my account. This is a tale as old as time, Jeary.
No, this one doesn't count because he's a new riser. he's a new riser, so yeah, I haven't even had much chance to get him myself, especially with how deep I am in the BBMs. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. If you say so. If you say, I just want, I have to protect on the bash. Everybody comes on here and they're like, oh, I get my, there's the 4% exposure blanket. People get their 1% loincloth on the bash, on my dime, on my site credits. And frankly, I'm sick of it, Jeary.
No, but I was gonna say I'm also a little convinced of Cyrus Allen now because it wasn't just Rambus, but some people in my chat were really telling me that he's kind of the dude. And then Tyquan Thornton got banged up now too, and I don't know, man. Maybe he's the one Chiefs rookie receiver that's actually gonna pay off the hype.
Yeah. No, and I talked about him with Cups last week, and I think I had in my head that he was a bit more of an outside threat, and then looking into it more and being like, maybe he is more the Rashee Rice insurance there, and Rashee Rice continues to not look like he's 100%. If you could get him doing some underneath stuff while Tyquan Thornton, Xavier Worthy are clearing stuff out, there's lots of opportunity. We just know how valuable that role is in the Chiefs offense.
Yeah, exactly. Like you mentioned, Rashee Rice, I'm not big on him at all. I was taking Devonta Smith above him pretty much this whole offseason. And yeah, on this receiver team as well, we took Alec Pierce as a big upside swing. Same thing with Cyrus Allen. I think we can afford some of the early season, potential zeros with the 4 studs that we have and load up that back end production.
2562 drafting with Jeary. I'm going to drop the link to his channel in the chat. Again, make sure you guys are subscribed to the Jeary football channel. Make this man do another marathon stream just days after doing one. At what point, do you extend the thing? Because you did one did you do 200, 500? Is that where you're at? Actually, let's make this.
I did 3 and 5. Let's look at tight end. I like Freiermuth the most here.
Okay. Let's do Freiermuth here. Grab Freiermuth. You said which picks did you do it at, or milestones?
Well, I did a 5-hour stream at 300, and at that point, that was the longest stream I've done. And then I took your advice in between a little bit. You mentioned you want to stream for longer, and I was just off work the last 2 weeks on vacation, so I, took it upon myself to try and really push up the time. So did kind of like 3-hour streams minimum every day, pushed for 4 pretty often too, and then 10 this past Sunday. And after that, man, everything else just feels like work.
That's right. And yeah, like you said, when you have the guests going on, that's how I feel with the Best Ball Breakfast, even doing the 4-hour streams. It's like, man, they fly by, especially when you have guests coming in to inject some fresh energy there. And you're kind of the night crew, right? You like those late night streams.
Yeah. On the West Coast, get a little advantage with that. And yeah, it works well. Okay, we're gonna get my guy. All right.
I want to hear
round 18. Kaelon Black.
Okay, talk to me about Kaelon Black. I mean, obviously this San Francisco backfield, if you can crack the riddle, there is some nice value. Tell me why Black over James.
3rd round pick, national champion, older than Jordan James. Jordan James not proven anything.
Hit me with the national champion. That's like when Silva hits me with the motherfucking Mackey Award winner there. I like it. He's a winner.
Exactly. Aura. That's what we're talking about, man. Winners. Same thing. Honestly, it's a big reason why I like Darnold this year, because he's a Super Bowl champion now, man. That does a lot for your mental and your confidence. It really does. And yeah, the RB2 situation behind CMC is who knows what. CMC is banged up now too. There was some contract questions, but apparently Shanahan came out, said no, he's actually dealing with some stuff. Jordan James is too. Kaelon Black back at practice as of yesterday, I believe. So why not, man? Why could he not just be the dude this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's again, I think if you knew with 100% certainty who was the clear RB2 on the Niners, they would be going where we took Bigsby, if not higher, right? They'd be in the Woody Marks range, the Tyler Algier range, round 12 pick. It does require a little bit of a leap of faith, but man, hitting on that RB2 with CMC's history and how awesome that offense has been for backup running backs, the Jordan Masons, the Garendos who step in, plug and play. I'm with you. And they, similar to Stribling, right? They don't seem to have any reservations about giving him playing time out of the gate. We got to hope that they feel the same way about Kaelon Black.
Well, yeah. And if he's a 0 around 17, 18, who cares? It's not going to kill your team whatsoever. We'll take one more receiver at the end here.
Yeah, we are down to,
Yeah, this range
Tyquan
is
Thornton
gross.
fully back at practice. If you wanted to double up on Chiefs wide receivers, Calvin Ridley is the eat your vegetables. There's not a lot else that looks great to me.
No, is Bateman still hurt?
That's not a bad one. Back at practice last
I would
week.
take. Yeah, I think I like Bateman the most still.
All right, let's do it. We'll get Bateman here. It does show you, man, like this round 18 now, like for the audio listeners, this is what round 18 looks like. Jerry Jeudy, Elijah Surratt, Alvin Kamara, Michael Mayer, my guy Jeremy Bernard, Brennan Thompson, Isaiah Pacheco, Rashad Bateman, George Halani, Seth McGowan. I mean, Malik Benson went in the 17th round. I learned who Malik Benson was less than 10 days ago, Jerry.
Yes, sir. You and me both.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Deshaun Watson goes to the Malik Benson drafter. That feels appropriate. All right, Jerry, let's recap this team.
This team
had a
sick.
2-6. I love it. 2-6-7-3. We get Burrow and Darnold, who, let's not forget, Sam Darnold, Super Bowl champion. We have DeAndre Swift, Rico Dowdle, RJ Harvey, Kenny Gainwell, Tank Bigsby, and yes, the Kaelon Black steam is here via Jeary. We have these solid wide receivers up top: JSN, George Pickens, T. Higgins, Jameson Williams. You guys might know him as who he was named after Jeary's cat. It wasn't Jeary named his cat after JMO. It's the other way around. Alec Pierce, we slurped the Dipperino, parentheses debatable, Cyrus Allen, Rashad Bateman, and then 3 tight ends: Kincaid, Strange, Freiermuth. We didn't get to talk about Freiermuth. Talk to me about why he kind of separates for you with those late round tight ends.
I kind of just feel like he has probably the best floor. He's in a good offense, and Aaron Rodgers trusts him. I remember last offseason when Aaron Rodgers first got to Pittsburgh, he was talking up Freiermuth a ton, just being as like a real professional and a guy he likes a lot. And for Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback, that's really important, having the trust of him. Johnny Smith is also gone. I think people are a little worried about Darnell Washington, but he's more of a 6th offensive lineman than like a receiving tight end. So Mike McCarthy offense too should be maybe a little more fast-paced, a little more pass-heavy, who knows? But I think the offense is going to get better, and I think Freiermuth is just a great safe click down here.
How do you it seems like you kind of balance your range there as well. Like you got some of the swings you want to take. We did Cyrus Allen, Kaelon Black, but also making sure that you are just getting enough points in the lineup to keep it alive with guys like Bateman and Freiermuth. Is that kind of always the tightrope walk you're doing there?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you want to make it upside enough to where you can get a little different for week 17 and win 2 mil, but you got to get there too. I think if I would do one thing differently, maybe we should have looked at our bye weeks for the RBs a little more. I didn't realize till we recapped that we have 4 week 10s.
Hey, you said you didn't care. Yeah. You know what? I'm actually surprised. I mean, we do have the chat gated to YouTube members. Maybe what I learned today, Jeary, is that people who pay to be a member on this channel, they don't care about bye weeks, because if this was open to the masses, we would have heard about the week 10 bye weeks early on. They would have told us that we had made a colossal mistake. But you're right. DeAndre Swift, RJ Harvey, Kenny Gainwell, Tank Bigsby. So in week 10, Rico Dowdle and Kaelon Black are going to carry us, Jeary.
They could both be RB1s by then. Who knows?
That's right. I mean, you're right. Rico Dowdle, we need him. Didn't he have, it was last year, right? Didn't he have that 40-point game one of those weeks?
Yeah, Rico Dowdle's a stud.
So we just need the 40-point game from Rico Dowdle. That's what we need to happen here. Let me check here. There was a question earlier on in the chat from Go Easy Cards. He was wondering if you are in eliminator slow draft hell. Are you doing any slow drafts, or are you an all fast draft kind of guy?
I have 4 more eliminator slows. I only did 6 total, 5 or 6 total, I think. Almost all of them are fast drafts. I think I streamed probably around 120 of the fast draft eliminators.
Incredible. So you're gonna hit the max on BBM. You'll hit the max on eliminator. Anything else?
Yeah, I maxed out like the bigger board, like pre-draft. I kind of did all the pre-draft stuff. Do some puppy teams here and there. I really like the Pitbull tournament that is just about to close. That's one that I like quite a bit. But as we're closing out the season, my volume's kind of dwindling down a little bit, and we really don't even have that many tournaments to draft right now. And I'm not trying to burn all my BBMs, so that's kind of where I'm at.
Yes. I mean, you said you're not trying to burn all your BBMs. You're at 143, brother. It sounds like you're pretty close to burning them all.
I know, but as far as like drafting right now, like I only have 7 left. I'm trying to pace them a little bit. Can we get a new puppy or something, Underdog? Pete, work your connections.
I think we will. I mean, so it's pretty clear what's happening, right? They want these contests to fill. They want the fill rate on BBM to pick up because it's slightly behind pace. Once people start picking up the BBM fill rate, I think we'll start to see way more additional contests sprinkled in. But they're behind. Oh, here, look, ask and you will receive. The Hound Dog 2, literally in the lobby as I just looked. There you go. 10 entry max, $6, 20K to first. That's where we're at right now with New Me and Hope cooking, is we could be like just dreaming about new contests, refresh the lobby, and then it is here. So there you go, Jeary. 10 more contests for you to draft, 10 more entries.
There we go. I don't really love like these. I'm kind of a sicko. I like the higher buy-ins. I like that Pitbull, with the 100K up top, but I'm still real happy with it. Got something to draft.
Also, first quarter is out as well. People talking about this. So this is just weeks 1 through 4, which is a fun one. You can kind of draft it with a bit of that eliminator mindset there. So yeah, there you go. Everything's cooking in the lobby there. The first quarter fun too, just to get that payout, that little best ball stimmy after week 4. Can't complain about that. Jeary spoke it into existence. Jeary, it was a blast drafting with you. We got people subbing to the channel. They're ready to tap in for the night crew. Anything else you want people to check out here?
Dude, this has been a blast, man. Yeah, it's just come to a stream, man, on the YouTubes. I won't be live tonight because I had to change my work schedule today. I traded shifts just so I could be here. I was gonna call in sick, but I didn't want to burn my last sick day. So I won't be live tonight, but hey, come live tomorrow night. We got the Candyman coming on, ripping some drafts. And to all the new people, appreciate you. And Pete, thank you for having me on, my friend.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. When I reached out to Jeary, we were trying to figure out the schedule, and he's like, I'll burn another sick day to do this. So I'm actually glad you kept that in the chamber in case you actually need it. You were able to flip shifts there.
Yes, sir. And who knows? Maybe I'll just be back on the bash or something in 10 minutes. I don't know.
Do it. We have a rule that if you're on the bash, you got to take 2 weeks off, but there's no rules about being on Best Ball Breakfast and then getting on the bash. So, try your luck.
We'll speak this into existence this time. All right. It happened, Daniel Jones. We got a new contest. See y'all on the bash, baby.
All right, Jeary. Appreciate you, man. I'll have the link to Jerry's channel in the description as well for people watching on playback. And we'll catch you later, buddy.
Later. Enjoy the rest of your stream.
All right. Peace. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to have a little transition here. It takes me a second to tech lord up the randomizer. I'm also probably going to go to the restroom here for a second. I should have kept Jeary on to vamp for me while I went to the bathroom. I do want to hit this question from Fantasy Football Garage, and I think I might be on an island in that I like the new Underdog logo. Everybody hates it. I like it. Let me see if I can pull this up so people know what I'm talking about here, if you haven't seen it. Let's see. Here it is. Can we get this pulled up? I think so. The meme Garage. Do you know what I was going to do? And I didn't have the time this morning. I wanted to do the meme. Of when you have the controversial opinion and put his head on that meme. But yeah, I like it. I mean, guys, it's like when Coca-Cola they changed their logo for like 4 months to get people to catch their eye at the store, and then they'll go back. They'll change it back again. Everybody just relax. It's a dog with sunglasses. It's fine. It's fun. It's summer. All right. Let's see here. What am I going to do? I need to get ready for the randomizer. So we're going to have Chris Harris joining us here in a few minutes, and I do have to do some tech lording. This is what we'll do too. I say we get the second coffee giveaway now. I mean, Not that you can't drink coffee after noon Eastern. Lord knows I've done it. But I think getting the coffee giveaway during the Best Ball Breakfast window before we turn the page over to the randomizer makes sense. So let's do this here. And your odds of getting a free bag of coffee are much higher today than on Best Ball Breakfast, because on Best Ball Breakfast, I just have the chat open to whoever. But because today is gated for the bash later on, it's a much smaller cohort of people trying to get this free coffee. So definitely take advantage of this. In honor of Jeary, we're going to do hashtag Jeary to get your coffee. Oh, actually, yeah. I mean, a bunch of people have already typed Jeary in the chat, but we'll keep that rolling. Do hashtag Jeary. Hashtag Jeary. I'm going to throw some music on. I'm going to run to the bathroom. We will do the coffee giveaway, and then I will set up the randomizer stream here with Chris Harris. And then immediately following the randomizer, we will do a Best Ball Bash draft as well. What do you guys want? What kind of music? We haven't done the music in forever. You guys want a little Ducks here? Let's do a little Ducks while the Jeary coffee giveaway trickles. All right, 27 entries here. Let me get one final coffee pour as this spins. Good luck to everybody in your attempt to win a free bag of Vassaleros & Sons coffee. Go AZ Cards. You know what? We're going to spin this again because Go AZ Cards just won a free one. I appreciate you, Charles, but I want to make sure somebody else gets a chance at a free bag here. Sacrilegious. Congratulations. Vassaleros & Sons coffee. Oh, and that's actually great to clarify. Go AZ Cards did not enter. That was from his comment talking about Jeary earlier. Sacrilegious, congratulations. Vassaleros & Sons coffee. I will shoot you a message with a promo code to redeem a free 12-ounce bag here. Make sure you guys check out Vassaleros & Sons. I got the link down below, 25% off your first order. That includes free shipping as well. All right. Time for me to tech lord, guys. Time for me to tech lord. We are going to switch over to the randomizer. We are going to... Nope, that is the bash. Let's get the randomizer going here. We are going to put myself here. We are going to share this Chrome tab here. Get this all set up. Make sure that we have all of our... Okay, we're getting there. All right. How about this too? Make sure you guys are ready to enter the draft that we are going to do. It is the $3 self-contained league here. Looks like actually maybe one more spot here. So just hold on for a second. Otherwise, you're going to end up in an underflow here. Just going to do a little bit more tech prep, and then we are going to bring on Chris Harris for a special Wednesday edition of the randomizer. Here we go. All right. I think we are ready, guys. So without further ado, let's get ready for a randomizer draft with our special guest, Chris Harris.
Randomize! Never made it as a tight end.
How is that?
Wow.
No one has ever seen a bigger dick.
This is a good hardball product.
She's such a good fucking girl.
We're no strangers to love.
When it comes to sports trivia, I am the man.
I have no idea what's in granola. I thought it was just granola.
Emo Cowboys coming for you, John Diggle.
They say I'm getting a little bit older, that streaming's a young man game.
Welcome to the Randomizer. Pete, take it away.
All right. Welcome, Chris, to the randomizer draft. Are you prepared for what is about to happen here?
Probably not, but I'm delighted to be here.
Awesome. Yes, I am happy to have you. This has been long overdue here. I am going to get the wheel all set and ready to go. We're drafting from the 1-8, which isn't, the worst spot to be in for this. The worst spot is if we're at the turn, because then we have to do 2 prompts back to back. So I guess I will ask you, how familiar are you with the randomizer show itself? Do you know what you're getting yourself into here?
No idea. No idea, my friend.
Beautiful. That's, I want the guest to have a little bit of familiarity so they're not completely blindsided, but I also don't want them to know the prompts in advance. So that's kind of, the needle we're trying to thread here.
Okay. I literally don't have any idea what you're talking about, but I'm so game.
Okay. So here you know what? This is what we're going to do. I'm going to show you, how this is going to work. First, I need to make sure that my prompts are all loaded in here and ready to go. Let me actually just switch. I'm going to have to do a quick screen share change. 1 second, and bear with me here. I have this new setup here that requires me to to have lots of things rolling here. But now you can see the wheel is up here and ready to go. I'm going to spin this wheel as I get the draft board up as well. All right. I think we're good, Chris. I think we are good. It's time for you to get your first prompt on the randomizer. Good luck to you about what's going to happen here. And oh my goodness, covers. Cue the next sacrificial X. Chris distinguishes between pictures of his book cover art and current NFL defensive backs. Get 3+ right to take whoever. We are going to have to do this very quickly here, Chris. You do have a new book coming out. Here's the first one. Is this a cover from your book, or is it a current NFL defensive back? That is indeed the cover from your book. There it is. Correct. Let's keep this rolling. We are going to auto timeout here. Let's see here. Sacrificial X. Who's a sacrificial X? George Pickens? I'm going to be generous.
Quentin Johnston.
Quentin Johnson. We're going to continue through this prompt, even though having the multimedia prompt right off the rip really puts us at a disadvantage, but we are going to continue to play this game. Is this a from one of your cover art or a current NFL defensive back?
Defensive back.
You are too good at this. That is indeed Christopher Gonzalez there. Let's keep playing here. NFL defensive back or picture of a book cover?
Tulsa by Christopher Harris.
Let's see. Wow. How do you know your own book cover so well? Who would have thought?
Mean,
all right, here's the fourth one. Defensive back or book cover?
Book cover.
No, that is Derek Stingley Jr.
That was very zoomed in on Derek Stingley.
No, now I messed it up. This was your book cover. It was Slot Back Rhapsody. You are right, and I just spoiled the last one here. That's
Derek Stingley. I'm pretty sure. I recognize that Houston, Texas blue anywhere.
Oh my goodness, we are so far behind the 8 ball right now because we are on the clock, and I have to spend another prompt. Holy cow, okay. Chris. Can we go quick here? Cue a future character actor. Chris must describe a character from one of his books which he misses the most to take who he wants. Can you tell us a character you miss?
A character that I don't understand what that means.
Which he misses the most. Maybe a character that you'd like to revisit and write about again. Yeah.
Well, I did actually. I missed Mouse. He was Slotback Rhapsody's hero, and he's investigating a serial killer on an NFL team in my new book.
Incredible. There you go. So it said cue a character actor. I cued a future character actor, Derrick Henry. I mean, he's been in some commercials. Could you see Derrick Henry as a character actor in a second arc of his career?
Absolutely. He could do the Marshawn Lynch, the fun uncle of the NFL.
I think so as well. Chris, I feel like we have like a brief second to exhale here. We got shot out of a cannon.
We did.
With this show. The draft was rolling. We had complicated prompts. Do you now understand what is theoretically trying to happen in this show?
I don't understand the draft part, but I understand the spinning part.
Correct. Yeah. So basically, if you get the prompt correct, you theoretically get to pick whoever you want. If you fail the prompt, there's the punishment player. You know, it was put a sacrificial X in there, so maybe it would have been Quentin Johnston had I gotten things into gear there. So that's the basic.
Okay. I'm game. It's fun. Nice to meet you. We never met before.
I know. Nice to meet you too. A little proper handshake here as well. I'm going to spin to make sure we actually have time this time. So this is called Noodler. I'm going to cue Jameis Winston, and Chris must play his instrument of choice until the next pick. We already have the guitar at his hand. See, we are going to nail this one here. Beautiful. Chris, who do you like in the third round? Are you worried about these injuries?
I'd take Kyren Williams.
Kyren Williams in the queue. Noodling on Kyren Williams. Where do you have Breece Hall and Jeremiyah Love these days? Are they draftable in round 3 or more round 4 for you?
I'm surprised Love is there in 3, to be honest. I probably wouldn't want to take a piece of Breece Hall right now, given that we don't really know what's up with the groin. Normally, I would take Hall. I would be good with Hall. But Kyren is the one, to me, it's shocking to me that he's lasting around 3. Like, I would take him like early, mid round 2 in a league that wasn't weird. I think he's been the RB4, 6, and 8 the last 3 years. People are just like bored of him, and they want to believe Blake Corum is this massive drain, and he might be, but most of NFL running backs have a second guy.
All right, let's see if he falls back to us here. We'll see what the drafter in front does. We have Derrick Henry and George Pickens to start after a very frenetic start
chaotic
to this
beginning.
draft. Yeah, Kyren is here, so we're going to get your guy. And you know what? I'm going to let it time all the way out so we have a little bit more breathing room on this next prompt here. This is called Fantasy Karaoke. This comes to us from Buck St. Thomas. I think someone you know who has previously helped you with on your channel. He's done stuff with me on my channels, and he submitted this. He wants you to sing your favorite mixtape from a user-submitted parody song. He referenced, the Little Red Corvette. Do you have one that comes to mind here?
I mean, a million. It would dun. I like the way you work it. Stephon Diggity, not a trash bag at all.
What was the name of that one?
Well, it's that Blackstreet song from a million years ago, but it's Stephon Diggity, not a trash bag.
Incredible. How many of these mixtapes would you say you have accumulated over the years?
I think it's something like 700. I have an unbelievable audience, man. Like, if you go to harrisfootball.com, every single one of them is up there. They're all like karaoke parody songs of stupid nicknames that I've given players over the 11 years I've been doing the show. I don't know how I ever fell into an audience as good as mine. It's crazy.
That is back when the first podcast I did was called the Fantasy Football Comedy Hour, and we did a few of that. We had the Heartline Bling is the one I remember, when the Brian Heartline thing. Did you ever have the Heartline Bling crossover in your mixtapes?
We didn't, because I'm pretty sure that's prior to me starting this. When was Brian Heartline in a league? That might have been like early teens, yeah?
Yeah, it was probably like 2016, 15 there. When did you start up the mixtapes?
I left ESPN 2015. So that's about when I started. So maybe we weren't doing songs quite yet, the parody songs.
There you go.
Hey, by the way, I just finished our little yacht club show with Andy Behrens, and he wanted me to say hi.
Oh, awesome. Andy Behrens, one of my favorite analysts. You guys do a weekly show together for your members. Let's make sure we get this pick in. You're on the clock. We have Teteroy McMillan, some running backs, Jacobs, Etienne, Scatabo, Loveland, Swift, McLaurin. Anybody you like here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking at my ranks, obviously. I am fine with McLaurin, to be honest.
Yeah. Let's grab Terry McLaurin there as well. Yeah. Tell the people about the show you do with Andy.
So, Andy, left Yahoo under he's disgraced, obviously, from Yahoo. And so last summer we were like, Andy has the job at Yahoo because I left and Funston needed a replacement, and Andy and I were already friends from the 90s. And so I said, interview this guy. And obviously he was unbelievable and kept that job for a really long time, but we'd always wanted to work together. And so part of the main podcast, which is, I'm lucky how successful and how big it is that I can live off the advertising, but I sell the ads and it's a lot. So I'd already been thinking about paring back on selling the ads. So we decided to put one of the episodes per week behind a paywall with no ads and turn it into something we could do together every week. And then also I wouldn't have to sell the ads. So, it's a win-win. And I mean, mostly it's just an awesome opportunity for us to goof around. We've known each other 30 years.
That's incredible. 30 years. I mean, there are I have some decades long relationships in the fantasy space, but I mean, 30 years is about as far back in fantasy as you can go.
Well, we knew each other way before fantasy. Before either one of us did fantasy, way, way, way before. I used to have a website called wholecity.com. That was like a funny comedy sort of writing site in the 90s. And Andy read it and liked it and wrote in and said, "Hey, can I write for you?" And I was like, "Oh, I can't pay you." He goes, "I don't care." For years, he wrote for Whole City, and that's how we became friends.
Incredible. There it is, the origin story here. And now kind of related to this a little bit, 6 Degrees of Christopher Harris. I'm going to cue a New England Patriot. Chat is going to name an analyst. So this goes to you guys in the chat. Don't name Andy Behrens because we already know this connection. But without going through Pete's fantasy life boss, so no Matthew Berry cheat code, Chris and Pete must connect Chris to the analyst from the chat in 6 steps or less to take who they want. So let me head over to the chat here. Give us the name of an analyst and let's see if we can connect him.
By the way, do you want me to tweet a link that people can join and watch right now? Nobody gave me a link. Where would that link be?
I can let's see here. Come on, guys. Let's see. Give me a good one here. David Kitchen, OG fantasy insider, worked at Better Collective, Roto Grinders. Do you have any connection with Cal Spears or McMillan over there from the Roto Grinders days?
I don't, but not because I just don't know.
What about JJ Zacharyson, who Kitchen now works for? You got any connections to JJ?
Of course, JJ. JJ's a regular guest. I'm on his show later today.
Okay, I think we did
2 degrees.
2 degrees. 2 degrees there. We go from Chris to
sorry,
JJ
David Kitchen.
Kitchen.
Sorry for being an idiot.
You get to pick who you want here. Devontae Adams, Parker Washington, Christian Watson, Bucky Irving, Tyler Warren, Bayshell Tootin. Who do you like?
I guess I would probably, I don't know. What do we have? We have 2 receivers already. I would have a tendency to take the shot on round 5. Parker Washington's okay with me.
Sorry. We timed out at the last second. I was waiting to hear it. I grabbed Tootin for you. I was going to ask you about Parker Washington, though. I mean, quite literally the loudest training camp preseason drumbeat I have ever heard in my life. It sounds like you're buying it.
I think 5 or 6 is okay with me. I don't know that according to the letter of my law of my ranks, if he's quite the highest, but Tootin's okay there too.
Yeah. All right, we're going to spin again since we are kind of on the turn here. This is called Book Tour Writer. Chris and Pete take turns identifying increasingly perverse requests that might appear on a contract for an author with an independent label conducting a book tour. Let's start with, have you gone on a book tour and requested something to be in your green room or part
like
of your
the brown
writer?
M&Ms? Yeah,
exactly.
No, I'm about to embark upon my very first on Sunday through Thursday next week. This is my first book tour ever, so there are no requests. There are no requests. But I would start with the famous Van Halen writer of brown M&Ms. That would be the first one.
Yep, brown M&Ms, and then so you're not the kind of guy that would be like, and I need someone in there to massage my feet before I go out and do the book reading.
No, but I probably would like a glasses polisher. Somebody has to at all times like make sure, and they have to be in charge of whether my glasses are smudged. I don't need to be calling for them; they just periodically come over.
There you go. We're gonna time out on a pick again. I'm gonna get you Jaden Daniels stacked up with Terry McLaurin at the buzzer.
Fantastic.
There you go. Yeah, tell us about the book tour. Now that we also have a second, I want to hear the book, the tour. Let people know what you're cooking up over there.
So the novel's called Pound Foolish. You can pre-order it now wherever you get fine books. Don't order on Amazon though, because that doesn't count towards like bestseller lists.
Okay.
And I'm bribing the hell out of my audience. I'm giving away like a Zoom every day. Andy is signing a Taco Bell bag for a lucky winner. There's Pound Foolish. Basically, the premise is a serial killer maybe on the Detroit football team, and the team is trying to keep it quiet. They bring in an ex-player, Mouse Morrison, to investigate these murders. And it's a season in the life, a lot of sort of philosophy of the place that the NFL has in our cultural lives, I guess. I mean, you and I both do this for a living. We love the NFL. We're barnacles on the side of the NFL. I have a lot of gall to be calling it a force for evil in the world. It's not.
Yeah.
But if you're not somewhat conflicted about being an NFL fan these days, you're obviously not paying attention. There's a lot of things that suck about the league. And the book is kind of about that tension between, if you've ever felt like, should I be enjoying this as much as I do? I think this is the novel for you.
It sounds like an awesome novel. Are you worried about the wrath of Roger Goodell coming down on you if he finds out about the subject material?
Oh, pal, you should read the first chapter.
Is it a character named like Smodger Sinadel or something very conspicuous like that?
Any resemblance to real life is purely coincidental. I don't know what you're talking about.
There you go. Yeah. I'm sure that's fun to try to like navigate the signposts of it's a Detroit football team, but maybe not the exact Detroit football team you're thinking
exactly
of. All right, next prompt. This is called Toddler Gurley. I'm going to cue a Rams RB, and Chris explains the origin story of Toddler Gurley to April. That's my daughter. To take who he wants. So if you were going to tell my daughter about Toddler Gurley, how would that story go?
So whenever a listener writes in with a picture of a baby girl that they have had, they refer to them as their Toddler Gurley because there used to be a running back named Todd Gurley. And so we would joke around and say, you know, it's a girl toddler, so it's a Toddler Gurley. And we all love getting these. I get so many photos emailed in from listeners with new children. It's lovely. Miles Boykin, if it's a boy.
Miles. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I mean, talk about references that take you right back to like the 2000 teens there of fantasy.
Todd Gurley, yeah. Dominant Todd Gurley. And then his knee just went pop.
Incredible. Okay, you get to pick who you want. It's funny that we said put a Rams running back in the queue because we already selected Kyron and Blake Corum's in the queue. You don't have to take him. Let's get who you want this time. QJ, Tucker Kraft, Josh Downs, Mekhi Lemon, Sutton, Herbert, Rico Dowdle.
Sutton.
Let's grab Cortland Sutton here. You know, obviously not as trendy of a click these days with Waddle there, but you still have some faith that Sutton can put up a big season.
Yeah, he's wide receiver 12 last year. I mean, big season. I know it's a 6th round or wherever we are, but
yeah,
he's going not as early as he should.
All right, our round 8 prompt. It's called the Juggernaut. I'm going to cue a 2-down running back, and Chris is going to name a current or recently retired NFL player which he would have on a revival episode of the Juggernaut. and explain why to take whoever you want on this next pick.
The Juggernaut was an interview show. It wasn't really sports related. It was more like I talked to writers and directors and musicians and stuff, and it was fun. And it was like 2017 or something. It was a long time ago. I'm just going to say Ross Tucker because we just had him on. He's a good friend of mine. I mean, good friend of mine. He's my good friend. I'm not really his good friend. And of course, he just got the number 2 job with CBS.
Yeah, I saw that.
Awesome. He's really, really, really good at it. I'm not just saying that because he's my friend, but we just had him on and it was a great interview this winter. Me and Andy talked to him. So yeah, that would be an awesome full episode.
Love it. It's funny you mentioned Ross Tucker. I had Evan Silva on the Randomizer show maybe 2-3 weeks ago, and there was a prompt that he had to phone someone, and I think someone put Ross Tucker as the prompt, and he's like, I'm not calling Ross Tucker right now. I can't be on this show. He said he's too big to call him.
I just know he wouldn't answer. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't answer.
Exactly. All right, you get to pick who you want. Josh Downs, Lemon, Laporta, Addison, Michael Wilson, Chuba Hubbard, J.K. Dobbins. Anyone stand out to you here?
We'll take a 2 down back anyway. I'll take J.K. Dobbins.
There you go. I had him in the queue there. Yeah, that Denver backfield, an interesting one. I was just talking it through with my previous guests as we drafted a team. Where are you at on the Harvey, Dobbins, and now we got some Jonah Coleman steam as well?
I'll believe the Jonah Coleman steam when I see it. I've heard Sean Payton do this with big running backs for every single year of his life.
Yeah.
And I don't think RJ Harvey's rookie film was very good. I would take Dobbins slightly ahead of Harvey. They're going to annoy you. They're both, but that's what we're in the land of flexes. Everyone's annoying in the land of flex.
Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't pass along breaking news. It sounds like Jaden Higgins is out for the season with a torn ACL.
Oh, that stinks.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Rappaport suffered a torn ACL yesterday during the joint practice against the Raiders. Man, what's the instant reaction there? Pray that Tank Dell and Jalen Knoll can be something, or is it just Xavier Hutchinson again?
I mean, it's nobody. I think you're probably not drafting anybody for fantasy. That really stings, other than Nico. I don't know about you, but I'm just wildly suspicious that Tank Dell is never going to be right. I just think it's real cheap for people to write sweet, sunshiny beat reports during training camp when you like the guy and you want him to be good. I just think it's real unlikely.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and again, like the Higgins, Tank Dell's going to play essentially a different position than Higgins anyway. So it does seem like, man, we're probably seeing a lot of Xavier Hutchinson if we're just being honest with ourselves, which is no fun for anything.
Knoll is good. Knoll is okay. Like this is a chance for him to establish himself for sure.
All right. You're going to have to be an artist real quick because this is called kitten mittens. I'm going to cue the next duck-handed player. Chris must draw a pair of kitten mittens before the next pick to take who he wants. Do you have a pen and paper by you?
Sure. I could probably work a little something out. Let's see.
All right. Let's see. While I figure out a duck-handed player. I mean, Xavier Worthy's dropped a ton of passes. Golden's dropped a ton of passes. I'll put those two in the queue for us here. Oh, man. Jaden Higgins.
That's too bad.
We just can't have a day without a devastating injury.
It's really been a wacky week or so. Can we see that? You can't see that.
Oh, hang on. Actually, I'm gonna put you full screen here for a sec so I can see it.
Okay. It's just the light is too bright.
Oh, it's okay.
You can kind of see it.
If you put it on the side. Yeah, I see the mittens. I got you. I can verify.
There you go.
All right.
Sorry about that.
No. You are good. You are good. All right. You're going to get to pick whoever you want. Here you have, I'll recap the team in a second, but Mahomes, Harold Fannin, Xavier Worthy, Matthew Golden, Jackson Dart, Stafford, Kittle. Who do you want?
That's, we don't want another quarter. We already took a quarterback, right?
Yeah, we have Jaden. Do you want your first tight end? Fannin, Kittle?
Yeah, Fannin. Love Fannin.
Right. Let's grab Fannin here.
He's wonky.
He is. Yeah. What's your Fannin take?
I call him the wonk. He runs funny, but he's terrific. He's a terrific, fun athlete. And, my motto this time of year is that we over and undervalue teams' situations so much more than we should. We don't know what's going to happen. The Browns could be fine.
You know what? I just want to say that prompt was put a duck-handed player in the queue, and we drafted the guy who they say runs with duck feet.
Duck-footed. Yeah.
So we were odd brand there. Okay.
Truly. Yeah.
And there's a famous story of JJ going up to Harold Fannon's mom at the expo last year and referencing the duck-footed thing, which is one of my favorite JJ anecdotes. Okay, this is called War on Sound. I'm going to take my headset off, where this is my only means of hearing you, and you're going to play charades with me for the next player he wants to draft. I'm going to show you the cue here.
Yeah, show me the cue. Yeah.
I'm going to show you the cue here. If you want me to look at a position, I can go to that, and then we can do it. Maybe another receiver here.
Yeah, receiver would be good. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to sort this by ADP. Worthy, Myers, Dobbs, Higgins, Stribling. We're not taking Higgins.
Probably not Higgins, yeah.
Debo, Coker. I'm taking off my headphones, Chris, and I'm going to do my best to pick up what you're laying down.
All right. Unfortunately, I don't really want any of those guys. Let's say okay,
shorter wide receiver. Okay, he's Jacoby's not that short. Who's really short? Jacoby? It is Jacoby? Oh wow. Okay. Was it short wide receiver? How tall is Jacoby?
He's not that short, but I was kind of going slot. You know what I mean? I was trying to say slot.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Romeo. Maybe you could have given us like a nice little Shakespeare,
or just a little hard. Romeo.
Yes,
but I probably prefer Myers. Yeah.
All right, we did get that.
Thank God I didn't have to mime Dijon Stribling.
Although someone said when we were first talking about Stribling on my stream, however long ago, and they're like, it sounds like a little appetizer you would almost get at like Chili's, like little like bite-sized ribs or something, just little stribs.
Did you get your Dijon Stribling? I mean, they have the mustard right on them.
Yeah, it sounds delicious. It's my favorite appetizer there. Let's recap this team. Obviously, we've been trying to accomplish a lot here. We have Jane Daniels at quarterback. We have Derrick Henry, Kyron Williams, Bashal Tutin, and J.K. Dobbins at running back. George Pickens, Terry McLaurin, Cortland Sutton, and Jacoby Myers at wide receiver, and our duck-footed king, Harold Fannin, at tight end. Honestly, not a bad team, Chris.
I don't know. Pretty rough. George Pickens in the first round is pretty horrible.
Someone, I forget if it was Buck or my producer Matthew, was saying that maybe it was Buck being like, oh, Chris is going to be wide-eyed at some of these ADPs. He said that you take the first peek around this time of the year.
I do. Yeah. Yesterday with Dave Kluge on the show, we cracked open ADP. I don't look at it. I make myself not look at it until mid-August. Yeah. And honestly, Stafford's the one. I can't believe what people are doing with Stafford. He's the MVP of the league. How is he QB 15?
Yeah. I think it's just he gets the stigma of like, hey, you're not going to run. And you got to give me my Bo Nix, my Jackson Dart, my Kyler Murray's. But sometimes it's just easy. You draft the good players with good receivers. Speaking of Buck St. Thomas, this prompt is called The Buck Stops Here. Tell us one thing we might not know about Buck St. Thomas, the man who wrote Slappy Drafter in Little Red Corvette.
And he wrote so many mixtapes on my show. I don't think people realize just how many mixtapes Buck has written for my show. It's very, very many. Also, he's a very talented in real life musician. I think that's what people might not realize is he's actually a musician.
He awesome. Sent me... Yeah, when the music he makes, like a lot of that like bedroom indie pop is like right in my wheelhouse.
It's unreal.
When he sent me that.
He's freaking great. Yeah.
Yes. So there you go. Buck St. Thomas, not just a fantasy football parody songwriter, a legitimate musician there. We're going to give that a pass down here. Let's check the board as we are about to be on the clock. Romeo is still here. If we wanted to look at a second quarterback, Baker, Goddard, Shakir, Coker, Chris Rodriguez, anyone jump out to you here?
No. Let's pick, they say Romeo has begun shining in Patriots camp. The last week, apparently he's really come on. Yeah. I have a birdie who talks to me about the Patriots.
Ooh, okay. Is this an inside source?
Birdie. It is.
Okay. I've been hearing some of the New England birdies talking about Eli Raridan. Has your source mentioned him?
The problem is they just don't trust him to block at all. So
Okay.
he's looked really, really good as a receiver, advanced and good chemistry with May, but they're not going to be able to try. He's going to have to play in 2 tight end sets almost exclusively. So,
all right, this prompt for round 12 is called Mashed Potato Mountain. I'm going to cue the next Cleveland tight end. We already have one, and Chris is going to describe how someone would climb a mashed potato mountain to take who he wants. What's the optimal way to climb Mount Saint mashed potatoes?
So mashed potatoes, what we called Gary Barnage. You probably can't see it because of my light. I have a signed Gary Barnage card that someone gave me at a meetup, a listener meetup. Because I used to say, if you what the hell, just ride the Gary Barnage isn't good, but he's playing well, so just ride the gravy train up mashed potato mountain. It was just a stupid metaphor. And he became Mashed Potato Mountain. And obviously, if there was a mountain of mashed potatoes, you would clearly need some form of full body cellophane covering you. Otherwise, too much mashed potatoes in your pores really bad for you. And then I think it's just hand over hand. I just think you're just grabbing potato.
And I think you're probably hoping there's, it's maybe like some bacon bits in there just to kind of help with some of the
handhold.
The handholds. Exactly. I did learn today who is the next tight end on the Browns roster, because in the queue, best ADP was Joe Royer there, but we're not going to select him. You're going to get whoever you want here. Malik Willis, Jake Ferguson, Rashid Shaheed, Jawan Johnson, Denzel Boston, Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold. Anyone you like here?
Keep going.
Hunter Henry, Brenton Strange, CJ Stroud, Keenan Allen, Woody Marks, Jalen McMillan.
Yeah, we don't want any extra double things. That's bad. We'll take Woody Marks as a vote of no confidence because we're going to otherwise run out of time.
That's right. Hey, at least we got the pick in here. Yeah. Woody Marks. I mean, he's been a tough one. It's like, obviously they bring in David Montgomery. We didn't love what we saw from Woody Marks as a rusher last year, but do you think he has some standalone value still, or is Montgomery going to be a
probably not? I wouldn't, generally speaking. I mean, what are we in round 11 or 12 or something? It's fine,
12,
but honestly, I probably could have dug into the list and found better players. Just we're kind of doing it fun, like slapdash. The argument basically is, I probably think Montgomery's primacy in the Houston backfield is probably being overstated, because that's just not the NFL. There's like 5 guys who get a full backfield to himself. And Andy and I were just doing over under for player props. And I think it was something like 800 yards for Montgomery. I took the under for rushing yards.
Yeah.
Just because it'll be close, but doesn't account for injury, and Marks is going to play.
Yeah. Yep. I think that, he was probably, miscast as a lead running back for them last year when, Mixon was MIA and all of that stuff. But if he does settle more into the third down guy with Montgomery on early downs, I could see him giving us some usable weeks there, so to speak. Let's spin the wheel again. We're drafting with Chris Harris on the randomizer. 1 quarterback, 5 running backs, 5 wide receivers, 1 tight end. Harris 2028. Chris must give an empowered speech about why he should be the next president of the NFL. And if it's not believable, we're going to draft a lib. The chat's going to have to tell me which NFL player is a lib in the chat. But Chris, the podium is yours. Tell me why you should be the next president of the United States.
Of president of the NFL. I certainly don't want to be president of the United States. Yes. Yeah. I mean, the one thing you would be able to count on me is that I would not care, and I would be okay getting fired by the billionaires. I would not do their bidding. Basically, I would, if somebody behaved badly, if someone beat women, we're not running out the clock on penalties. We're not basically being beholden to the billionaires, which is one of the things I find most frustrating about the NFL is, no public financing for stadiums, self-powered stadiums would be possible. Tax incentive, all that stuff goes away. These guys are certainly wealthy enough to handle the stadium building themselves. I would have a long agenda. Having written this, I've certainly thought about it.
So your platform points resonated with me. I ultimately am failing you on this prompt because it was a speech, but I don't know if it was an empowered speech there. And so
did they mean impassioned? What does empowered mean?
I think the writers might have been impassioned there. I think the spirit of it was just a little more bravado. And I got really excited that I could draft Aiden O'Connell, aka AOC, as a live if it wasn't believable. So you do now have AOC as your second quarterback here.
That is a very good threading of the needle for actually finding a lib. That was good.
And as you can see on the ticker, sometimes the chat gets on me if I'm too lenient with giving all passes for the prompts here. So I had to put my foot down here because you were on too big of a heater.
If anybody, was it the chat who came up with AOC as the?
No, I did off the rip.
That was you. That's great.
Yeah. Okay. ADP chasing. I'm going to queue a player 10 picks past ADP. And Chris must describe how Underdog ADP, where we're drafting right now, can be both sharp and fishy in August to take who he wants. So yeah, this can be just general thoughts about ADP. Obviously, you haven't looked at it too much at this time. What are your thoughts on ADP?
I mean, I have now. I've dug in a lot now over the past couple of days, but I try not to let my analysis get swayed. I would say overall, the thing I would want the viewers to take away is that viewing ADP first as a monolith is foolish because it so much depends on your platform. And then second, that it's some sort of correct guardrails that if you draft apart from ADP, you're somehow being foolish or not getting the best value or whatever. You're always, as a drafter, going to find some players less likable than the quote unquote market does and other players more likable. And that you can use ADP as a kind of a general guide to establish your board, but then move guys around because ADP is wrong. Like only thing I can tell you for sure is that ADP is wrong. It's a big amalgam, and it's more important to me to get players I believe in and stay away from ones I don't.
What is your what are the leagues that you care about the most? Like the ultimate, like I'm gonna get my guys in these leagues.
I'm a commissioner of two very long-standing leagues, both of which Barron's has been in forever. One of them is large. It's a 16-team league that's been around 30 years. One of them is La Liga Lebowski, which many people watching are familiar with. It's a league format that's like 26-man rosters, dynasty. We have our auction tomorrow, actually, for veterans, but there are so few players available that the auction takes like 45 minutes. Those are the two that I'm most focused on for sure.
Incredible. Do you have any leans on who would be your guy or a guy that you just don't want to leave a draft with this year?
Without, you mean?
Without, correct.
The answer is always no. The answer is always the right guy at the right price. Anybody's draftable, but knowing what ADP is doing with like Kyron Williams and Matthew Stafford, both those guys are going to be on a lot of my teams.
I like it. All right. Next prompt, round 15. Don't mess with Texas. Cue the next Texan to take who he wants. Chris must share a story about an Austin hidden gem. I was just there a couple weekends ago that's still there from his days at UT to take who he wants. You got any gems for us in Austin?
I mean, the problem is that they're all gone. Like I was there a long time ago. Liberty Lunch would have been the first place I've thought of, but it's been gone for so long. I saw some of the greatest shows of my life at Liberty Lunch. The problem is Hole in the Wall still there? Hole in the Wall is fun. On the Drag, it's a place called Hole in the Wall. It's a bar. It was right next to my first apartment in Austin. I do think it's there. That's a real institution.
Let me see if I can get a Google there. Hole in the Wall, Austin. Looks like it. Is this ring a bell?
Yeah.
This does look cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Right on the Drag.
Incredible. When did you say the last time you were back there was?
Well, I was back there 2 years ago. And my experience was that almost everything was gone. I hadn't been back for, 10 years or something. And boy, it's really changed. It's, for me, less fun. I know it's a lot more spread out and built up and stuff. It kind of feels like suburbia nowhere now, a lot of it.
Let's get you a pick here. Wide receivers on the board: Travis Hunter, Dontavian Wicks, Jacoby Lane, Adonai Mitchell, Cyrus Allen, Tank Dell, who we talked about, Tesla. Anyone there?
No. Let's look at a running back quick.
I'm going to get you. I guess you're going to get Jade Blue at the last second.
No worries.
Yeah, we're at the gross point of the draft. The best available running backs: Blue, Brian Robinson, Ray Davis, Braelon Allen. Are there any rookies that are catching your eye because of preseason or any kind of late round dart throws you're interested in?
I've taken Kaelon Black a lot.
Okay.
I take him a ton. Not that I know anything about him. I don't think we really know about rookies, but the situation is just too, volatile.
Okay, round 16 prompt. This is called Starving Artist. I'm going to cue a future art teacher. I'll have to take some liberties there. Chris must share a cover art concept or study that did not make it to press for one of his books to take who he wants. Did you have anything that got rejected?
I do, but I don't know how can I share?
You could.
They're on the computer.
Okay, you could screen share, or you can describe to us. Why don't you describe to us what it was?
Yeah, there was a really great concept for Pound Foolish that was like almost like a vintage book that had more illustrated players in kind of a pattern, like a checkerboard pattern. I really, really liked it. But yeah, it just turned out that this was clearly more about murder. People wanted to see murder on the book cover. There's a guy with a knife. So yeah, it wound up being that, but it was really cool.
I'm going to give you Kaelon Black there because you just mentioned him as a sleeper you're liking. But yeah, what is that process like as far as how much say do you have with that stuff? Like if you felt super strongly of like, I want this to be the cover, the publisher's like, dude, this just isn't going to work or help us sell.
So this time around, I started a publishing company and it's me. So this time I had control. Yeah. But I have 4 other books and they were all published by a real publisher. I'm not real. And the answer is that if I, like you said, if I really, really, really had a strong feeling against it, there's no, they wouldn't saddle me. You know?
Yeah.
But like, if I was like, oh, I like that one and I like that one, then they'd be like, okay, we'll take it under advisement. And then they would figure it out themselves, you know?
What have been like the hardest parts of kind of going independent and not going through a publisher? Obviously the upside I sound is a lot higher on your own.
I mean, you know, I was with small publishers, so they don't really do a lot of marketing for you anyway. Marketing was kind of up to me regardless. So that part is kind of the same, promoting, trying to get, I have a great following. I have a big show and I can get a lot of the people on my show to think about getting it. It's all the mechanics of how you do the files and the covers, and this is the wrong DPI and this is the wrong, oh my God, I want to die. It's so much nonsense that I don't want to do, but and it's been months of it, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But yeah, it's done and it's ready and it's coming out September 1. So
September 1st, Pound Foolish. We'll drop the link in the chat. We had it pulled up earlier. Does that mean when you go independent too, is that hiring your own editors, proofreaders, all of that jazz as well?
Andy Behrens was a very good editor for this.
That's awesome.
I had people go through it. I didn't pay editors for this one. But I do have a publicist. And so that's been, I don't know how I would do it without the publicist. He's great. And like, he's set up so many things for me to do that there's no way I'd be able to do it on my own.
That's awesome. It sounds like Andy fills a lot of different roles in your life.
Sure
the
does.
Dynasty Leagues, the host, the proofreader, all of this stuff.
He sure does.
All right, round 17 prompt. Only 2 more to go here. This is Basura time. The next player Chris and Pete take must be one who will accumulate all his fantasy points in garbage time. So let's look at the available players here. I guess we're looking for Browns, for Jets, for Titans. What player is going to be a Jerry Jeudy garbage time hero?
No, I mean unfortunately he's gonna start.
Let's see. Nicholas
Damon
Singleton. Ooh, Damon Claiborne. Yeah. Aaron Jones, Jordan Mason. They're I guess, is this favorable? Like they're winning so many games that Damon Claiborne's coming in, or is this they're getting blown out and he's coming in?
My thought is just that Matt Waldman loves him. So I'm interested in him. And then I just don't really think he's in their plans to start the year. So whatever he does will happen one way or the other, probably like late in games when it doesn't matter as much.
Yeah. Go Easy Cards, who's an Arizona fan, says all Arizona players, which is
from the second quarter forward. No, they might be all right. I once again don't really believe we know the super. We were talking about it last year, like who had Patriots and Seahawks as elite environments last year, you know? I just don't. I think we're bad at it.
Okay, final prop. This one came in on Twitter from Daigle. He's a wizard. Chris must name 3+ Harry Potter characters. Otherwise, the chat gets to make the pick.
And not Harry Potter, because that's cheating.
That's right. Yeah, that one's there too.
Hermione.
Okay.
Ron Weasley.
Okay.
Is that one?
Here's the thing. It sounds like you and I are similar. I have never read a Harry Potter book, and I have never watched a Harry Potter movie. What's the origin from this prompt with Daigle?
Like, we somehow got to the point that Daigle, when he comes on my show, he's the big Harry Potter fan, and he's not really. But like, he's bigger than me, so he's the big Harry Potter fan, you know.
The chat's going to get to make this pick because I literally can't help you out here. I mean, I could cheat, but I'm not going to do that. Chat, who should we take as punishment?
Who's the third one? Yeah, chat, go ahead.
Hutchinson's gone, Huhaves. Good suggestion. Harry Douglas? Okay, here you go. No, N'Keal Harry's all I could do. There's no Harry Douglas in the player.
No Harry. He's not in the league anymore.
Guys, Xavier Hutchinson's gone. He's getting drafted in 12-person leagues in real time now.
Yeah, because of the news injury. Yeah, the injury news.
I think I might have told this story once on my stream before, Chris, but this is my good Harry Potter story. And it's kind of a humble brag, but there was this girl in high school who wanted to hang out with me. And she literally said to me, "My parents are gone for the weekend. Do you want to come over and watch Harry Potter with me?" And I had a bit kind of going with my friends, like, I'm not doing the Harry Potter thing. I've never watched Harry Potter. And I literally was like, sorry, Jackie, I'm not watching Harry Potter. And not my finest moment of not, reading between the lines on that one. But I held strong, and I have still not seen Harry Potter.
I would say it's not really like a super firmly held political belief that, I mean, now it is because of J.K. Rowling, but for years, it's just for children. Like, I wasn't a kid, like I didn't grow up with Harry Potter. I was a young adult when it was Harry Potter. Like, I don't consume a lot of things that are intended mostly for children.
Yeah. All right. We did it, Chris. This draft, we were shot out of a cannon here. Normally, I'm not quite as scrambled at the start of the draft, but thank you for being such a good sport here.
Oh, come on.
I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you this team that you drafted. There were no extenuating circumstances. This is all on you. Jaden Daniels and Aiden O'Connell at quarterback. Derrick Henry, Kyron Williams, Bashal Tootin, J.K. Dobbins, Woody Marks, Jaden Blue, Kaelon Black, Damon Claiborne. I mean, some good running backs.
That's good running backs. I don't mind the running backs. The receivers are a little rougher, but,
Yeah, George Pickens, Terry McLaurin, Cortland Sutton, Jacoby Myers, Romeo Dobbs, and then Harold Fannin. Terrence Ferguson was another pick that got squeezed in there, and N'Keal Harry. I didn't realize N'Keal Harry is now classified as a tight end.
That's so funny. He's not in the league, though. I don't think. I don't think he's in the league.
Yeah, no team associated with him here. How do you feel about this squad? Yeah.
Can I just tell you about Terrence Ferguson? There might not have been anybody who I watched film on this summer that I had zero regard for. Nothing. Didn't even dent my consciousness that I watched the 11 catches that he had that I was more excited by. He made some freaking insane catches. It's freaking insane.
I feel like Terrence Ferguson, I know you're probably not privy to our like best ball corner of the fantasy space, but he has become almost a meme in how much everybody likes Terrence Ferguson.
I understand
my friend Bismatic is obsessed. Mike Leone over at Establish the Run just talked about him looking like an awesome pick. There's a lot of enthusiasm for Terrence Ferguson,
which I understand. It'd be really tough to use a roster spot in a redraft league just because there's 5 of them, there's so many Rams tight ends, but that's a great point. I didn't even think of it.
And the other thing too, is it aligns with your thesis for this year, which is the Rams are undervalued, get Kyron, get Stafford, and maybe tack on Terrence Ferguson as a deep sleeper. Then you're like, when you put it that way. Okay, there you go.
In best ball, I can't see taking Ferguson in a redraft league. I can't. The standard, you got to start guys,
Yeah, no, for sure. I do think, the kind of the upside scenario for him is if Puka or Devontae were to get hurt, and then isn't he the second best pass catcher on that team after that? If that happened,
he basically is a wide receiver. So the idea that when they're in 3 tight end and he's one of them, it's really 2 tight end because he doesn't block anybody. He can stand in the way, but he's not really muscling anybody. But he looks like Puka kinda. Like he he kind of looks like Puka. He's not it's interesting. If they keep using him like they used him last year and he winds up being a star, I can see him being that Gronk type who winds up being like,
wow,
pay me like a receiver. Don't pay me like a, not that he's going to be Gronk, because Gronk could block too. But I'm saying Gronk used to say, and Gronk got ripped off by the Patriots forever. But he used to say, I want to be paid like I'm in the wide receiver class of contracts, not the tight end class of contracts, because I'm that important to you. And Ferguson is never going to be Gronk. But as a receiver, he almost is kind of a receiver, is my point.
Yeah. Well, if the goal was to try to keep Terrence Ferguson's price in check, but with people who watch this stream, you have failed me, because now we have even more T-Ferg enthusiasm.
But here. overall, I would judge it and say, Jaden Daniels, I don't really ever wind up with, because I'm just going to wait for Stafford. I'm going to wait at quarterback, but obviously that was one that just got away from us. George Pickens, not my first round pick usually, but we definitely got some guys that in other drafts that I wind up getting for sure. So that's not totally unrecognizable as a team that I would draft, I think. So we did it.
We did it. And what you guys need to do is head to harrisfootball.com/poundfoolish. I'll drop the link in the description here. You can also go check out all these mixtapes and all of the other things that are part of the Chris Harris universe. But you said September 1st, right? For when this goes live?
It comes out. So if you pre-order now, you'll get it September 1st, or, they'll mail it to you September 1st. The thing I want to say also is, if you want to win a Zoom with me, if this convinced you that I might be somebody that you want to talk to, take a screenshot and send it to heyharris@harrisfootball.com, because every day on the show, I'm doing a drawing for something. Today, we gave away a Zoom and a Taco Bell bag that Andy will have signed for various reasons. We gave away a mock draft that they came on our YouTube channel and did a mock draft with me. The big prize at the end of the month is going to be appearing on the podcast. So that's, a lot of people will hear you and whatever. So yes, take a screenshot if you do pre-order it.
Beautiful. Are you going to be out in Vegas for the Draft Nation event? I'm going to be out there later this week, but your book reading's next Tuesday.
Yeah, no, I'm not at the event. I'm only in Vegas for that one day. I get in that afternoon. I do the event. I sleep over. I do a podcast from the hotel in the morning and then fly on to Phoenix each day.
That's honestly how you're supposed to do Vegas. Less than 24 hours. Get in and get out.
And frankly, I'm going to be at a bar doing a reading. I won't be doing any casino time, I'm sure.
Are you gonna? I know you got some roots out here in New England where I am. Are you gonna do anything out here eventually?
Maybe some point in the future, but I do. I still have a place in Amherst, Mass. Where are you?
I'm just outside of Boston, not too far from Gillette and Foxborough.
Okay, my parents live in Plymouth. I grew up in Wellesley, so I'm fairly familiar with the area. What town are you in?
Walpole. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I still have a place in Amherst, and normally I go back and forth. I spend the summer in New England, and this year I didn't. I chickened out. I knew the book was coming out. I knew I would be having my ass kicked. So I stayed. I'm in Los Angeles and I stayed here. So I didn't make it back. So yeah, I would like to do readings in around Boston, New York and all there, but probably not before the end of the season. Cause can I just mention, this is killing me.
Do it. Yes.
This is killing me.
Yes.
It is.
It's a lot.
To
sync up your book with the start of the season too, that's an ambitious thing, but it makes sense, right? When so many people are paying attention to your content, to be like, hey, by the way, I got a book.
Peter, you just literally went through my entire thought process. It's like, oh, this is going to be suicide, but when else? It's a book about football. When else would you want to talk about it when you finally have? And I definitely understand. And this thing took 2 years to write, and I don't know. I didn't mention I got an MFA in fiction at UMass, so that's how I wound up being out in the western part of the state. And I have pretensions to bestseller lists and things that haven't worked out. But I understand people hear about a book that's about the bummer side of the NFL, and they go, "Oh man, don't make me think about that. Don't make me think about the bummer side of the NFL." And believe me, the book has funny parts too. It's not just all about the bummer part. And it's a nice mystery.
It's fun. I mean, it takes me back. I did way back with my my buddy Chris Spags when we were doing a podcast, we did a rewatch of the Playmakers show, that old one on ESPN that kind of, showed the seedy underbelly of the NFL, and it got so increasingly over the top with the drug use and the violence and all of that. And I believe the NFL ended up squashing that even on ESPN. So, like I said, you got to keep your head on a swivel here with Goodell in this book.
I mean, all resemblances are coincidental. I don't know what you're talking about.
There you go. Plausible deniability.
The first chapter is quite literally told from the commissioner's perspective, and I think it's very funny, and I think it is not flattering. Let's put it that way.
It sounds like it was a blast to write. Make sure you guys check this out. Pre-orders available now. Like you said, don't go Amazon. Get it at Barnes & Noble, local bookstore. Directly from Chris is the way to go. Really appreciate you hopping on. I'm so glad we were able to finally get together for a show.
Oh, it's great, Peter. I'm sorry that we hadn't met previously. Andy has spoken so highly of you, and thank you for the invite. It was really, really genuinely so fun.
Awesome. I'm actually due to, I had reached out to Andy. It was right around when he was leaving Yahoo, and I wanted to do a show with him, and he was kind of in limbo, but now leaving. Sorry.
Leaving.
Getting unceremoniously pushed out the door. No, I'm due to do a show with Andy as well. And awesome. Well, I'm going to let you go.
He's barely doing anything. He's barely working. He would just love the call. I mean, he's desperately staring at his phone right now. So.
All right, there you go, Andy. I will be sliding into your DMs. All right, we're going to let Chris go and get on his merry way. Go check out Pound Foolish, and I am going to keep drafting here with you guys on the Best Ball Bash. We'll catch you later, Chris.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me. It was wild, but very, very fun. Thank you again.
Bye, Chris. All right, let's make the transition over to the Bash here. Gonna have to do a little bit of tech swapping. Let's get the hashtag going though. The normal first hashtag to get us started. Join the Bash here in the chat if you would like to draft a BBM team with me. Join the Bash as we enter hour 3 of this stream. If you're just tuning in, we kicked this morning off with talking some backfields with Alex Cups. I did a solo draft where I really tried to push quarterback. And I believe I took Jaden Higgins on that team too. That team is cursed. Wow, I just realized that too. I took Jaden Higgins on that stupid team. And it really fun to draft a team that's, already dead an hour and a half later. Then we drafted with Jeary. Jeary got us back on the right foot. All right, let's get everything rolling here. Join the Bash. We got 17 entries here. Let's get our overlays going. Join the Bash. Appreciate all of you YouTube members here in the chat. Like I said, it does not matter which level you are at. You have access to the Bash if you are a YouTube member. You can also, if you're a Best Ball Value Hound YouTube member, get in the Deposit Kingdom Discord. That's where I tip you guys off when I am joining BBM drafts. Willis is still in his timeout. Timeout's not the right word for it. His cooling off period. That's what we'll call it. When you've been on the Bash within 2 weeks, you're in your cooling off period. But we got a good crew of names in here. Let's go ahead and spin the wheel. If we really motor here, I think we can get 2 drafts in. That's my goal. I have a lot to do before my trip tomorrow, and I also have the show tonight. Oh, my guy, Mark Wolf. Our pediatrician, Mark Wolf. Always a pleasure chopping it up with Mark. So let's get him on screen. But yeah, if you did not get on here, the goal will be, let's try to get 2 BBM drafts in. Also, immediately following this, I just set up the redirect. Go hang out with the Badge Bros today. I believe they're drafting with Dave from ETR. They have his new site, McNuggets. Really cool, kind of like beat reporter, press conference, news aggregation service. So I'm going to send the link to Mark. I'm going to hop in this draft, and we're going to get motoring here so we can get 2 Bash drafts in today. Don't give me this location error stuff. Do I have to do this fake deposit thing again? This is the Karain trick. Depositing is unavailable at the moment. Come on. It won't even let me get into the deposit thing. Let me go over to my different browser. I have so many different browsers open at this point. Let's try here. All right, we are in a Best Ball Mania draft. 7 more, guys. 7 more if you want to bash with us. All right, there he is. What's up, Mark? Can you hear me, brother? We'll get you in a second. We'll get you in a second as Mark Tech Lords. Don't worry, dude. I was dealing with Levitan on Monday, so this is easy. You know, this is nothing. All right, let me hide my slows here. I love this feature on the solver to get all of my slow drafts off, and then I can just hop right over to our BBM draft. Don't worry, Mark. We got time. We got the 109. If you need to hop in and hop back out, you know, plug it in, plug it out. All right. 1-9 here. Let me get this up. Mark's going to come back in a second. I need redemption. I need redemption on that first draft I did. Oh, man. No Jaden Higgins, huh? No Jaden Higgins. All right, let's see, Mark. Are you here? Test, test, test. Can you guys hear Mark? I cannot hear Mark. It's all right. We'll keep tech lording here. You're good. You got time. All right, this is my, what is this? 122nd Best Ball Mania draft. All right, Mark's going to go on phone. Take CFC. CFC's not going to be there. Hey, Judson, come on, dude. It's one thing for me to bag on my solo draft. It's another thing for you to come in here and say it was dog shit. If I'm saying it's dog shit, you don't have to say it's dog shit, all right? The body's already dead, all right? The draft's already dead. I get so excited for my solo drafts too. I don't do a ton of solo BBM drafts. I mean, it's going to represent, I don't know, 10, 15, 20% of my portfolio at most. And for me to botch it. All right, let's see, Mark. You are going to have to text me who you want here. Amon-Ra, CeeDee Lamb, James Cook, Justin Jefferson. We're going to do pure charades for this whole thing. Let's see. Can we get the pick in time? We have 13 seconds. There it is. Look at this. What if we did? Say Brown win. Quick. He win. Who do you want? You want James Cook? All right. I'll put James Cook in. All right. I love this. We're going to play charades. CMC went. For those of you who don't know, Mark has been on an anti-CMC crusade for multiple years. So, but maybe he's now slurping the Dipperino if he falls to 1-9. We did grab James Cook here, though. This might be a new feature of the bash, the mime bash. We just did this with Chris Harris. I had to take off my headphones, had to do charades here. We'll see what Mark can do here. James Cook to start. We're going to have Mark continue to tech lord. Justin Jefferson falling a little bit here. Who do we have in this draft? Do we have any friends and family? Tubinis, Troy. Oh, we got my guy, Mr. TM Longacre. We got Illustrious. Can't find Discord message on phone to link. Oh, I'll drop it to you in here. There's the link there. I thought I just heard something for a half second, a little fuzziness. I did drop the link in the private chat there too, though. Where do you want me to send it? I can send it somewhere else if you'd like. We are on the clock here. Do you want to slurp the Kenneth Walker dip here? Okay, we get the thumbs up for Kenneth Walker. We're going James Cook, Kenneth Walker. Do I have any? I have a little James Cook and Kenneth Walker together, 13.3% there. A little harder to get now with Kenneth Walker on the rise, but earlier in draft season, you could get that Cook and Kenneth Walker. The funniest thing about this, Crutches says, let's get this guy and Levitan together on a stream, is Mark is always in the comments saying how much he loves when Levitan and I bicker, when we're going at each other. And now he's really getting a taste of his own medicine here, because at least Levitan, I could hear him. I mean, Mark, I can't get anything here.
All right, Pete, I'm on phone. How we doing here?
We're good. Let's see if your camera will auto adjust the rotate.
All right, Pete, you got me?
I got you. Can you hear me? Please tell me you can hear me, Mark, because we can finally hear you. Oh, no. Oh, no. James Cook, Kenneth Walker. This is the bash. You know what? Honestly, when I first had the idea for the bash, this was my fear. My fear was it was going to be like an hour of tech lording, but we're close. Can you hear us, Mark?
I can hear you, Pete. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that was worse than Levitan. Apologies to everyone.
So we've started James Cook, Kenneth Walker. You're finally all set. Hey, this is the new meta. Davis has shifted his webcam to just using his phone camera. So, I mean, you're essentially part of this new wave.
Well, you know, the sadder part is I when I had the day off today and I'm like, I'll try and get in. I set up the laptop. I did everything appropriately, and that was the epic fail. I can't figure out a microphone on a laptop. So,
if I were there, I feel like I could troubleshoot with you, but unfortunately, I am here. Maybe Chris, this is my next, $1 million content idea. How to use StreamYard, a tutorial there. But you made it work. Yeah, Matthew's going to needle you if you have a orientation lock on your landscape phone. But I would say let's not mess with anything.
Yeah.
I feel like getting to this point was enough.
I had the urge to rotate, then I thought the better of it, so we'll just leave it like it is.
Let's make these picks and then we can, catch up a little bit. We did get James Cook, Kenneth Walker. Are you okay with those selections via the miming?
Absolutely. It's very Davis Maddock-esque here, so we're good.
Okay, beautiful. All right, let's see what we got here then in the third round. Rashee Rice sliding a bit. No, he goes. Zay Flowers, Igbuka, Higgins, Javonte, Josh Allen, Waddle.
It's Zay 100% for me.
100% Zay. Let's do it. Have you been clicking any Rashee Rice? Where are you on the Rashee Rice stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm like 4 to 5%, so I'll take him, but it's not real encouraging lately. It feels like it's losing momentum as the season gets closer.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. That's for sure. James Cook, Kenneth Walker. I guess like having Rashee Rice, Kenneth Walker do a Chiefs thing, whatever, but he goes one pick before us, saves us from that discussion. 4-4 here, also now kind of an interesting range as far as I feel like this mid fourth round has gotten a little trickier. I guess you can still kind of get your favorite wide receiver flavor. Anyone you're eyeing here in the next couple of picks?
I don't know. I'm not a big. I can't quite see because now I'm on the phone, which is pretty bad. But who's in the queue still for receiver?
Yeah, I got you by ADP. So Higgins is here. Josh Allen, Jacob Scatabo, Loveland, Burden would be by ADP.
It'd be Higgins if he still stays for the turn.
Higgins is here. You want to grab him?
Yeah.
All right. Look at this. A little value hound. You get Zay Flowers, 2 picks past ADP. You get T. Higgins, 5 picks past ADP. Mark, do you want to give a howl to the people?
Yeah, I didn't do it last time. So woo.
There we go. Yes, let's also clarify the Higgins. We will not be drafting Jaden Higgins, who is out for the year. Mark, breaking analysis. Give it to us. What does this mean for the Texans offense?
Yeah.
Aren't you in Houston?
I am. Yeah, straight out of South Houston here. It's not good. I mean, I worry about, is Nico going to, have issues a little bit off and on, and just, I don't know. I know y'all are talking about it with Chris, but I don't know if we're ever going to get anything left out of tank. I don't know how Noel's going to look out there. So it's a little concerning.
Yeah, it is. It's very concerning too, especially because it's like, I don't know, man, I dream about us getting back to rookie year CJ Stroud and letting him cook. And I feel like a big part of that was having a fully healthy and revamped weaponry, get Jalen Noel there, get Higgins in year 2, Tank Dell back in the fold. And now it's like, all right, are we just back to bully ball with Montgomery?
Yeah, I'd be worried it's going to be just a boring, terrible watch like it was all of last year. But I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe Stroud's got something. He cut his dreadlocks off. He looks, terrible in that walk up to camp. So who knows?
There you go. What else is new with you, man? Are you on? You're off work today. It sounds like you guys doing any summer vacations?
No, we when I talked to you, actually when I got on last time, we were about to go to Vegas, so we did that.
Oh yeah.
And and then other than that, it was pretty low key. The kids are back in school now, so yeah, it's just a nice chill day off actually.
Beautiful. Man, kids back in school already? August 19th in Texas, back in school?
Oh man, they started last week. Texas gets at it early. They like to have all these extra days off, like during the you get the fall, you get 3-day weekends all the time. They get a Thanksgiving and a fall break. There's all sorts of weird days off to make up for.
All right, we're about to pick at 5'9" by ADP. Judkins and Henderson are here. If you prefer wide receiver, Christian Watson, Roma Dunze, Carnell Tate.
If you aren't bad on Dunze, I think I would pull him up just a little bit. Just in case Burden is struggling this year.
All right. Yeah, I've not drafted much of Dunze. I'm at 5%. A little exposure blanket there, but sounds like, are you fading Burden or just wanting to play that angle on teams you don't have Burden?
I'm just playing the angle now just because I was pretty heavy, like I guess all the slap central was. So I'm not too mad at trying to balance that a little bit now.
And I want to say, if I remember the BR videos from last year, weren't you the guy that was just like stack up bears every week?
100%.
2 years ago when I did that.
Yeah, 2 years ago I kept waiting for a hit, and then ironically, like the one time I had a big score was the week the Bears were on bye, and that just like cleared the deck for me.
There you go. So we got Cook and Walker at running back. We have Zay, T. Higgins, and Rome at wide receiver. About to pick at 6'4" by ADP. Tate, small slider. You have Brian Thomas, Marvin Harrison, and then you're into the quarterbacks there. You could pull up a guy like Ramondre or Warren if you wanted a running back. What do you want to talk through?
Either pull up Ramondre or wide receiver of your choice, because we're in a kind of weird spot. I agree. Whatever you want to do structurally.
Yeah, I mean, I've been cool pulling up Ramondre here. I feel like we kind of already did the Brian Thomas or Marvin Harrison thing by taking Rome. And man, I don't know. I don't love pulling up Burrow to like 64.
No, I think it's worth it.
Let's do Ramondre. I mean, his ADP 70.9. We take him at 64. It's where I think he should be going anyways. Are you still drafting Hendo, or again, kind of playing that both ways?
I'm still drafting Hendo, but I am trying to balance out because I was like strictly all, Hendo for like the first 2-3 months, even in the preseason stuff. So I'm trying to push back, get some Ramondre now when the price is worse for me. So not great strategy there, but yeah, I just want to balance it now.
Yeah. Yep. Cook, Walker, Ramondre, strong trio of running backs. Zay, Higgins, Rome. Probably, I guess Caleb sometimes comes back to 81, but the Loveland and Burden drafters are often not passing on them in the 7th.
Yeah, it is weird because I will always like pass on, Caleb there because he pushes back to the other side fairly often. So if you get a break, fine. If not, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, this will be an interesting spot where almost every one of our players has early quarterbacks. You could do Mahomes stuff with Walker. Otherwise, we'll probably be looking more at backstacks or naked quarterbacks here.
Yeah, and I don't have any problem with that. I feel like there's enough options we can make that work.
So what was the? I was giving you a hard time about taking the kids to Vegas. How did that end up? Did it go well?
It was as expected. There was a lot of like chicken tenders and stuff like that. So the thing that surprised me was that they're 11, they're older twins. So I figured they could handle the walking a little bit better, but they were worn out. I was carrying them on my shoulders half the time, like getting back to the hotel. So
there you go.
Yeah.
That's what April's in that range now where I used to be able to throw her in a little like hiking backpack. But now that she's like 40 pounds, I'm like, holy cow! Like I'm down for a little rucking, but that's a lot. And you got older kids there. If you're throwing them on the back there, that's a good workout.
Yeah, it was a good workout. The shoulders were hurting, and like all those crosswalks at Vegas, you go up and down stairs when you're walking.
Yeah,
that was pretty brutal. I'm not gonna lie. So
there you go. Did you get any gambling in yourself, or were you just in dad mode? Yeah.
Sadly not. I wanted to, but there was World Series of Poker was going on literally across the street at Paris. But I don't know, we're just doing all the family stuff so much. I didn't really have time to even check that out.
All right. About to pick here at 7-9. Quarterbacks, Herbert, Dak, running backs, Pollard, Corum, Harvey, wide receivers, Downs, Addison, tight end Tucker Kraft is here.
I would go Herbert, and we can just backstack that. I don't want to get too squeezed at quarterback.
Any concern about them losing their offensive linemen here, or still let it rip?
I think I would still let it rip, but
yeah, let's do it. He's a decent backstack, like you said. I kind of been trying. I want to get a little bit more QJ with Herbert. QJ obviously goes here first, but still plenty of options with like Gadsden and Trey Harris essentially free. 8-4 here. We have 1 quarterback, 3 running backs, 3 wide receivers. Were you, I assume you were a Downs guy. Are you spooked by Keenan?
I'm not spooked, but I would let him slide a little bit. But if he comes back around, I don't have any hesitation to take him, honestly, still.
Yeah, Downs does go, as does Michael Wilson. The faller here by ADP, that's not Jordan Tyson, is Tony Pollard, but I think on a team where we have Cook, Ken Walker, and Ramondre.
Yeah. What else in receiver do you like? I would even pull up someone like, like Green Bay wide receiver if there's anything left.
Reed's gone. I mean, this range, Godwin got no, let's see here. Yeah, you're down to Worthy in Diggs. Tucker Kraft is the faller right here to pick 88. You want to scoop him up?
Yeah, let's give it a go.
I was reading there was obviously that kind of scary quote about him where he's like, I'm probably not going to be fully healthy or fully ramped up here. But I think it was Levitan was tweeting about it where he didn't seem quite as concerned and recommended kind of buying this discount now on Kraft. So he falls 10 picks past ADP. We get our tight end 1 here.
I mean, yeah, I think like where he was going earlier, if it's end of the year play either way. So yeah, if we can get him at a discount from where he's been most of the year, it's not bad.
Go easy cards. Yeah, we'll do one more bash after this one. We'll do another hashtag here in a second. Actually, we can do the hashtag now. What would be? Let's we'll pour one out. We'll do hashtag Higgins. Hashtag Higgins here for this next one. And then Go Easy Card says, when I win, can we do a big dog? Like you want me to just float you a $500 entry? Come on, Go Easy Cards. I like you. I don't know if I like you that much though.
Yeah, you'd have to bring some Levitan style like crash out energy to make the stream worth it. That's a lot to ask.
Yeah, I need some kind of hook for sure here. But let me get this in the chat. Hashtag Higgins if you guys want to be on the next bash. Here's our team so far, Mark. Naked Herbert at quarterback. We got Cook, Walker, and Ramondre at running back. Zay Flowers, T, and Rome at wide receiver. And Tucker Kraft at tight end.
So, Pete, how early have you been pulling up the Steam guys? Like, how early are you taking, Baltimore guy, what's his name? Lane? I mean,
yeah.
I see that going like at 150, 160. I don't know where to pull the trigger on that anymore.
I think if you want those guys or, specifically on a Lamar team, like to me that you mentioned it like 150. So that's, middle of the 13th round. Yeah. To me, that's where it is like all bets are off. I don't think there's a huge opportunity cost. Like round 12, you still have some interesting guys there in the 130s. But yeah, I'm really not going to turn my nose up at anyone who's like, yeah, I want to get Jacoby Lane here. Or, even earlier of like, I want to take Marshawn Lloyd in the 12th. Like, I just think that if you're wanting to build out stands on these guys, actually, let's make our pick here. Do you want to do Mahomes?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Is there any wide receiver you would hate to not get back on the other way?
Well, it's funny because you'd want Worthy, but I think you open yourself up to losing. You're not going to probably get both regardless.
Right.
But you have Kelsey, you have Cyrus Allen now.
Yeah,
Tyquan Thornton was back at practice, so
yeah, we'll get the back stack then.
Yes. Do I have a hard out at 2? I don't have a hard out at 2. I just have a hard out in that I have a lot of stuff I have to do, and I still have to write the newsletter and record a show with Fantasy Life. And I have to get in the Uber at 6 a.m. tomorrow, and I have the ship chasing stream tonight, and I need to hang out with my wife and child. So just a lot to do today, and I have not packed yet. But yeah, no, to your point, like I just don't. I understand the sticker shock of like, man, like it sucks paying round 15 for Jacoby Lane when I got him in round 18. But I think it's not functionally a huge difference as far as like what it actually means for the teams you're building.
Sure. That makes sense to me. Yeah.
Let's see, dude. If Xavier Worthy comes to us here, this would be a dream.
That would be amazing.
A dream. Come on, Tanner. You got other things you need to do on this squad. Tanner, this is your last chance to get Baker. He's not coming back. Do it, Tanner. He let it.
All right.
Our fortunes are finally turning. Xavier Worthy at pick 112. I'm going to make you do another AU here.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
You look tired, or are you just still feeling disheveled from the stressful tech lording at the top?
I think it was the frazzled tech lording that's really just throwing me off my game here.
Yeah. All right, last chance. If you guys are tuning in, you want to draft here after Mark, put the hashtag Higgins in the chat, and I will spin here in a second. Here's the team so far. Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, James Cook, Kenneth Walker, Ramondre at running back, Zay Flowers, T. Higgins, Rome Odunze, Xavier Worthy at wide receiver, Tucker Kraft at tight end. Dude, getting the Mahomes 8 picks past ADP, Worthy past ADP on the Ken Walker team feels pretty fun.
Yeah, it feels good. If they actually, pull together for the first time in a few years, we've got a lot of the offense covered, obviously. So that would be awesome.
There you go. Anything else on the horizon for you? You got any big drafts? Are you a home league draft guy?
Nah, I haven't done a home league in forever. It's funny because when you had Chris on, like I used to listen to him 10, 15 years ago when he first started, and I would actually still do home leagues with the guys from college. But yeah, best ball has ruined everything. Home leagues has ruined actually rooting for a team. It's all, just in the best ball streets now.
And are you excited to get back in the BR streets with me?
100%. Yeah, I like the BR. Like it might. I don't know if I like it better than the season long, but the week to week, just when you get to restart, it's just awesome.
I just had. I haven't generally. I feel like have I been doing the randomizer? I think after the bash, but I literally just had this PTSD where I looked at the turn and I was like, I need to spin right now. Like that was where my head. I was like, okay, no, I don't need to spin. We're just drafting a team here. Let's see what we're looking at. It's interesting now to find the price on Tyson. Like Solver's actually suggesting Tyson at this price. We're at pick 125 and he's still not off the board. That's an interesting combo to have. We also could be in the market for a running back here. Aaron Jones, Chris Rodriguez, and Keaton Mitchell. Yeah. Higgins, obviously ignore this rank here. There goes Tyson at 126 to hash.
I don't think I want him right now, honestly.
Yeah. I think finding where his ADP ultimately bottoms out is fine. I think ETR had him at 135. So, still some spots for him to drop here. Are we both thinking of the same guy here?
Probably.
Oh, Keaton.
All right.
Like a shot.
Just right through the heart, huh? Okay.
You like Aaron Jones or Chris Rodriguez?
You pick there. I don't care greatly about either one. So if you got a lean, take it.
I do like Aaron Jones.
Okay.
I think he's slightly undervalued. I actually talked about it with Ian on last week's randomizer where the initial quote about Jordan Mason kind of having the lead from that beat reporter got misconstrued. And that beat reporter initially said Aaron Jones is actually probably more live to be the lead back there. So I don't know. I think just getting the cheaper side of a really clean backfield in an offense, we're excited about the goal line opportunities. Again, I know he's not the sexiest guy, but Aaron Jones at 129 just feels like a good pick to me.
He'll probably fill some spots for us throughout the year either way. There's no doubt. So
now we got the 2-4-4-1. We both wanted Keaton Mitchell there. That would have felt snug as a glove. This is probably a wide receiver range for us. Jacoby falling, and both Shakir and Myers go. So you could pull up a guy like a Denzel Boston, or we swing back over, grab another tight end. What do you think?
Who's on tight end real quick?
It's Mark Andrews, likely Chig.
Nah, I don't think so. I think I would take the safety, I think I might try Myers if he's there. I know it's not great, but again, I think we could use some solid points with Forsby.
Sorry, Myers had gone one pick before, so at the last second, I just grabbed Denzel Boston to make sure we get a pick in here.
100%.
That was actually tough string of picks there with Shakir and Myers going, because I think both of them fit this squad well, and we got sniped.
It happens. How early would you take Keenan Allen these days? Because I mean, I'm in slows, and he's like, drops off every single time now when you pull into one. But would you take him like 160s also?
No, I'm doing higher than that here. I think coming up here in the 140s, like 150s. In my eliminators, I've been kind of smash clicking him there. I mean, he's a better pick in eliminator than he is here, but no, I think we could have done. Did Allen go? He just went at 141. So
wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I did not know they're quite that frothy yet, because again, I'm stuck in slows that are towards the end of the draft, so I don't have a feel for it really.
I think this is about the exact perfect range. It's like you want Myers and Shakir over him, but then if you are trying to look like this drafter has, I guess he has a pretty good wide receiver room, but like if you have Casey Concepcion, if you have these rookies, I mean, Keenan's a really nice pick there.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let me spin here. 19 entries. This is to see who hops on after Mark to draft a team with me. Good luck to everyone here. Who's it going to be? Matthew Wood, my randomizer producer here. Matthew, welcome to the bash. I was told we would spin a wheel. Well, guess what? We spun a wheel and your name came up. Congratulations, Matthew. Shoot me a message and I will get you the link here in a second. 7 picks away, 2, 4, 5, 1 here. Herbert, Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, Cook, Walker, Ramondre, Aaron Jones at running back, Zay Flowers, T. Higgins, Rome, Adunze, Xavier Worthy, Denzel Boston at wide receiver, and Tucker Kraft at tight end here. Any players you're thinking about in this range?
Is Harris still there or is he gone? Like Trey Harris?
He is still here. I think that pick definitely makes sense. Solver's been it was suggesting that even last round for us. So just getting that stack certainly makes sense, I think.
And then I guess if there's a good option, I mean, I'm assuming that, I don't know, is Johnson gone on tight end? I'm sure he's flying off the board now.
Let's see. Jawan Johnson. Yeah, he's gone.
Okay. Figured. Yeah.
Yeah, where did Jawan Johnson go in this one? 137. 137.
Okay. Wide receivers, I guess, mostly then.
Yeah, Trey Harris ADP is 160. He might not come back. I think we want to get that stack with Herbert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Are you good with a 2 QB build here, Herbert and Mahomes, or is there a third guy you would look at?
No, I mean, I think I'd be 2 QB for sure. I was just looking back. I have so many 2 QB builds. Maybe I'm a little too heavy on that, but I think with these quarterbacks, you got to just, they work or they don't. I wouldn't waste on a third.
Let me see here. Clay said, I think I hashtagged too early before it was set up. No. It works like, sometimes it works too well. Like Go Easy Cards had put Jeary referencing him in the chat. And then when I did the hashtag, it references any mention there in the chat, I've noticed. So, you're good, Clay, just not in your favor today. Dalton Schultz goes, he was going to be another one of like, hey, uptick with Higgins. He's interesting. This is kind of last call for some of these. Spears is kind of intriguing. Tight ends. I mean, we probably sit on tight end at this juncture. Naylor, Hunter. What do you think?
Let's take your RB of choice because, I think we're in the dead range of wide receivers. So whatever you want to lock up, we kind of call it quits there.
Let's do Spears. I think he's a solid pick. This is past ADP. Had a really nice split with Pollard in the preseason there. Get that 5th running back. So we have Herbert, Mahomes, Cook, Walker, Stevenson, Aaron Jones, Spears at running back. Zay Flowers, T. Higgins, Roma Dunze, Xavier Worthy, Denzel Boston, Trey Harris, and Tucker Kraft. I don't know if it's just this room or the randomizer draft as well, which always has a frenetic pace, but this draft is ripping, Mark. We are flying.
I guess on my end, where I'm all frazzled still slightly, it feels like it was running quickly. I wasn't sure if that was from anyone else's perspective.
There's your price check. So this drafter here, Burke, he gets Lloyd at 152 and Jacoby Lane at 161. So there's your price check for the Buzzy guys.
It's crazy on Lloyd because, I had been burned on him like everyone's so bad the last few years. I would not take him at all for the first 3 months. And now I'm like in the 150s, 160s with everyone else. So it's tough times.
Tough times indeed. But 2561, I think it is obviously we're probably a 3 tight end build even now with Kraft.
I think so, just to cover the early weeks in case it is a little touch and go.
Cyrus Allen goes, man, 166. I was hoping we could get Cyrus at like 177 or 184.
Well, not to jinx us, but, like you mentioned, I think if you can get Tyquan like super late because no one wants to pay any attention to him. Although, is he hurt again? Is he back? I can't even keep track with him anymore.
I thought I saw he was back today.
Okay, maybe I was misconstruing it with him like getting a limited or something.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was it was the classic. He leaves on a cart and then they're like, oh, but then he's back at practice. It's like, Jesus, don't scare us like that.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? I think I jinxed us because you were like, hey, what do you think about pulling these guys up? And I'm like, I don't really think it's a big deal to pull them up. And then people take Cyrus Allen at 166. Okay, now it's a big deal to pull it up when it's a guy we want to take.
Yeah, we're going to get Jerry Jeudy in the 18th and just love it, I'm sure.
No.
Gone too. I assume he went at like 120 or something.
Who?
Pat Bryant.
No, Pat Bryant's here. You want a Pat Bryant share?
Oh, if we can get him, absolutely.
Yeah, he's a fun one. Although Burke has just been a pain in our ass with these snipes. I bet he's going to take Pat Bryant now. Watch this guy. Watch him. He lives for this. Told you. Fucking told you. Do you want to just get Gadsden now as one of the three tight ends? Play that cheap.
I think he'll go later, Pete. I don't know. It's up to you.
Okay.
I think we can risk it. I think we'll hate him right now.
Do you want Flournoy?
Yeah, I like Flournoy. No, I like Flournoy.
Okay. I was just thinking if we didn't get Bryant, I think Flournoy, he fell past ADP, probably a decent. I don't know if we needed the wide receiver there, but just didn't have quite as much time.
Yeah. Who else is at tight end right now?
Tight end, we're looking at Barner, Sadiq, Dulcich, Gadsden.
Okay. For me, it would be Barner. If Gadsden comes back around, you just want to lock it up, then I'm fine. Just wanted to get one more wide receiver.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we probably had to decide because we're at 2-5-7-1. We're good quarterback, good running back, 2 tight ends. So yeah, we still have the Tyquan Thornton thing if we go back-to-back tight ends here.
Yeah.
My honest preference would be to get Yeah, so Gadsden, like Kate Otten's still on the board too. You're right. There is a decent amount of cover at tight end. It's just I have no clue if he would come back. Who do you want to take here at tight end?
I think we take him. I think let's go ahead and take Gadsden.
We'll get that cheap double stack with Gadsden and Harris. I mean, 170, 184. I think ETR still even had him as a rankings value there. I feel like his price has dropped to an appropriate level. Like, it's so funny how you think about it, right? Where the Ferguson bet and the Gadsden bet do feel really similar to me, but because one of them had like just a little bit of new news that it's like, it's corrected to such a crazy extreme that now Ferguson's going 2 rounds earlier. It just, I don't know. I feel like it's very similar situations, and there's just a recency bias kind of pulling at that ADP.
No, I agree with that 100%. Like, he has had nothing, Ferguson, except like everyone just fawning all over him, and then everyone's like freaking out about Gadsden. But yeah, the bet is very, very similar. So I agree. I don't think we're in a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally map these guys on where it's like what Colby Parkinson is the Charlie Kolar, and what do we got? Like Higbee is the Njoku or whatever. And I guess if anything, the feather in like the Gadsden cap is I feel like that offense has the potential to be way more spread out, where they are using a lot of these different guys, where we know with the Rams, it is going to be so heavily concentrated with Puka in Devontae. But yeah, we talked ourselves in to buying the dip there. All right, let's see. You mentioned Jerry Jeudy, the tight ends. Yeah, they did get kind of wiped. Waller, Colby Parkinson, Gesicki. You could do the double Charger tight end on a roster. Do like the Kolar and
that would be the last round. What's wide receiver? Because if we can get Thornton, fine. But is there anyone else you like?
I'm looking here. I do think Thornton makes the most sense, and these options are not that inspiring.
Then let's do Thornton, and we'll take whatever tight end comes back around.
Yeah. Groovy Greg mentioning carted off the field yesterday. Yes, but literally returned to practice today after getting carted off. So I think Thornton is still very draftable, specifically on Mahomes teams like this. I mean, It's exactly what we're looking at.
For sure.
Kiss my third leg. Where did Jalen Knoll go? Let me see. It does. I spelled it wrong. Jalen Knoll just went at pick 203. Just went. There you go. Final selection here. Yeah, like looking at these tight ends, Waller, Parkinson. Did someone just take Kolar as a bit? No. I had it sorted by ADP instead of rank here.
Pete, what if Gesicki's what you need week 17?
Dude, I didn't notice Burke took Kolar. Burke did take Kolar.
Now that's amazing. Love it. Do you want to do Gesicki? I think it is what's Baltimore and Cincinnati, right? Week 17.
He's gone. Oh no, he's not. No, he's not. You're right.
I feel like that's a decent flyer.
Yeah. All right, we'll take him. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Yeah, Gesicki's certainly not in vogue right now, and yet, man, talk about a guy with huge contingent upside if there's injuries. And I think he's going to be, unlike a Michael Mayer or someone who is like a true handcuff type bet, like Gesicki will have a couple usable weeks just within the flow of that offense.
Yeah, I mean, last year, for whatever amount that, Burrow wasn't there, I mean, it's hard to really gauge what he would do. So maybe with a full year, you get 2 or 3 spike weeks. And again, that's all we need. So...
All right, let's recap this team here. We have the all week 17 bowl with Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes squaring off. We have James Cook, Kenneth Walker, Ramondre, Aaron Jones, and Spears at running back. Good running back room. You mentioned the Zay Flowers, T. Higgins, Mike Gesicki block in week 17. The other wide receivers, Roma Dunze, Xavier Worthy, Denzel Boston, Trey Harris, Ryan Flournoy, and Tyquan Thornton. And then the 3 tight end room, Kraft, Gadsden, and Gesicki. I like how this one turned out despite a few snipes.
Yeah, I feel like structurally it worked out pretty good. We were balanced through the way and just, got some good values, got some tough spots, but I think it turned out fine.
Beautiful. Well, Mark, I'm glad we were able to push past the tech lording here and get going. Any other final parting shots here? Any thoughts on CMC when you see that he's already, missing practice?
Hey, you know me, I'm just living for the CMC downfall, so I will take anything that is even close to that so far. Yeah, loving it.
Beautiful. All right, Matthew or Mark, I will see you later, and I'm going to bring Matthew up on stage to draft a team. How you doing, Matthew?
Doing well. Very busy day today for both of us. You were shot out of a cannon from Go, it seems like, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, we didn't even get to. By the way, I assume everybody here knows Matthew. He's our lead writer on the Randomizer. Also was instrumental in getting Chris Harris booked for the show today. Normally, it used to be those 12-person contained leagues, like no one would be in them. And I would have to fill it, be like, come on, chat, like get in there. But for whatever reason, maybe because we are in the heart of August now, like there's liquidity in those 12-person rooms. And what I didn't realize is I should have waited for that one to fill and then kicked things off with a new one. But that thing filled. And then I was just like scrambling to get everything set up. And then we get the multimedia prompt off the rip, which I generally like having a little time to breathe. We had our backed up against the wall there early, Matthew.
Yeah, no. And it maybe also an indication that us low stakes nits are doing it wrong. This much liquidity in August, and I'm going after all these like eliminators and Frenchy Friday, this and that. What I should be really be doing is jamming it in at the end of July and right now.
I believe a recent BBM winner named Sam Sherman has said as much. Don't bother with the big tournaments. Just play the cash games over there.
That would be his brand, wouldn't it?
It would be. All right. Here's what we're gonna do, dude. Look at my exposure across this. Look at my round 1 exposures, dude. 8.8, 9.9, 6.6, 7.7, 7.7, 8.8, 8.3, 8.8. I feel like I'm somehow underweight every player in round 1. I don't know how the math on that works out.
I don't know. I think Davis would be jealous.
Jonathan Taylor, CeeDee Lamb, James Cook, Justin Jefferson, Genty, Barkley. We're at 1.8. Who do you want?
Taylor.
Easy.
Easy game. Yeah. Confession. I'm like fully eliminator pilled. I'm in 43 slows because like a bunch of your other guests, I thought it was a good idea to max, and then everybody got surprised that the fill rate like the past week went to the moon. So we're gonna get like 6 RBs in the first like 8 rounds, and it's gonna be lovely.
Beautiful. There we go. We got an eliminator pilled bash drafter here. Lou wants to know, aren't you supposed to be golfing right now?
I don't know if you would call it golfing, first off, Lou. Thank you very much. But I do try. I think I get in probably about 18 holes a week. We all have our kinks, and I had to pick up another one. So I've done that the past season or two. It's been nice. Get outside, touch the grass,
I've played 9 holes of golf in the past 2 years. Those 9 were with you, but man, my
worst course in the state. Man, down bad, buddy.
one of these days, I'll get back on the links. All right, we're on the clock here. You say you're running back pilled, Omarion Hampton or Derrick Henry to pair with Jonathan
the big
Taylor.
dog. Have to go the big dog.
All right, this is how you can tell he's eliminator pilled. He wants 2 week 13 would be a no in eliminator, but that's fine here.
Yeah. Well, so the way that you solve for that is you're like, maybe one more running back and then other positions through the rest, depending upon what the pockets look like and the texture of your room. And then you just fill out the back end with guys that you think can, save you that week and be done with it.
What round are your slows in? I assume they're all in like the same round, right?
Yeah. So those are limb slows. I think I pushed the button on those on Tuesday. So the ones that are going in a hurry are in like maybe the 5th. The folks that are milking the clock are like, I think I just finally hit, the ones that are in the back of the second round, hit my second round pick in 1 or 2 of those from like a week ago. I don't think I have compulsions either way. I think the guys in the top 100 or so, like barring injury, like this Breece Hall thing and whatnot, I don't think you're going to get much new news on them. So I don't think that that's going to change much of that side of the board. And I think that anything past that, we are hearing now. So like by the time those limbs get to sleepers, we'll have all the information on them already.
Yeah. Or you take the, there's 2 types of drafters, right? There's 2 types of slow drafters right now. The ones who are like desperately trying to avoid the overnight clocks and they're like, let me just get these done. And then there's the true edge lords who are like, I will bleed this down to the last second for max amount of information.
Well, I'm doing it for life EV. So during the week, I'll hurry up and get things in so that over the weekend I can enjoy my life with my kid and, go out to dinner and stuff like that. So maybe I'm middling in like the worst way possible. I don't know.
All right. We're about to pick at 3-8. We have the same 2 running backs who have been falling, Jeremiyah Love and Breece Hall. We have Ladd, Igbuka, Higgins, Josh Allen. What's the play?
Oh gosh. Let's go Ladd. Not because, he's fine in this tier. But mostly, have a small child at home, and one of his favorite players is Ladd McConkey because I liked trying to make my then 2-year-old say it. So for the vibes, Ladd
McConkey. Let's see here. My goodness. Actually, too, this is a fun suggestion. Someone wants me to do a heart of hearts draft. I was literally thinking about this the other day where I just go in and I refuse to click anyone who I don't just love or make me excited in a draft. I'll do this one of these upcoming streams. Good idea. Go AZ Cards wants to know, where would you rank Pete on your top bosses to work for list? I just want to make it clear that there are very few directives that I give Matthew. This is very much at will employment here. But Matthew, I'll throw the question to you.
Well, in all volunteer workforce, or mostly volunteer workforce, I guess one of the better ones. In general, top 20%. Not like I'm churning through them. But I might have like low double digits across my lifespan of 47 years.
Yes. No, I say this anytime the opportunity arises. The randomizer, it is an amount of work that I would not be able to do on my own at this stage of how busy I am. Let's make this pick. Ted Arroyo, Josh Jacobs, Etienne's on the rise, Scatabo, Burden, Swift. Who do you like?
Etienne. Did I say that right?
Etienne. Yeah, let's do it.
This is the all pronunciation squad.
But yes, let me reiterate again. Like the randomizer literally does not happen without Matthew and Lou taking the lead on the show these days and getting the base of prompts, the multimedia. Matthew even helping me with the booking and all of that stuff. So as always, if you enjoy the randomizer, you need to be sending kudos to both Lou and Matthew because it is a decent amount of work getting everything pulled together. And you guys make it a reality. So I appreciate that.
Hey, and we're always looking for folks to volunteer prompts, write prompts, send suggestions. So be the good you want to be in the world.
Yeah. Who did we get? I mean, we got a bunch for Silva. Silva always brings out a bunch of prompts.
Yeah.
Ian, we did, which is interesting. Ian, we didn't get a ton. It feels like, maybe people are just like the, seventh time. It's like, have we done every possible prompt for Ian Hartitz? There's no new ones to do.
You know what to do. You can just go dig back in the bag and pull.
I did the throwbacks. We did all the throwbacks.
I know.
And then we get new people like with Chris, and he was really coming in blind. And one thing I noticed, we didn't send him. I thought when you did your initial reaching out to him, you didn't send him a link of the show. So he truly was coming in blind.
I thought that I did. I think for almost all those, I sent them a link of like, here's an episode that might resonate with you. And then like, here's the entire back catalog. You probably won't touch it, but go nuts, To most of those things that I sent, I heard squadoosh because, that's booking. That's normal. But
shots on goal
rang back. So yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. So,
all right, we're about to pick at 5-8 here. We have Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, and Travis Etienne. We have our one wide receiver, Ladd McConkey. We'll see what these drafters do in front of us. By ADP, we have Judkins, Bucky Irving, Lamar, Christian Watson, Roma Dunze, and yes, Matthew, Parker Washington.
We can P-wash.
I'm not
right the ship after this pick.
You say it, not
We're
me.
P-washing. We're P-washing. It just makes me so upset that like
here it comes. Gong.
Yeah, I know. God,
there you go.
I think he needs a new nickname. It's like just like going. It's like I don't know, Project Runway or something. Get him a new fit. P-wash is like I don't know. Ugh. It's like it's like licking the floor of a dive bar. Get out of here.
Mr. Bet says, what are my Higgins bags at? I just looked. Jaden Higgins, I have 6.1% Jaden Higgins there. Parker Washington, I think it was at 2.3%, but we just got him. But look at this. The bye week bros, just be careful with them, okay, Matthew? Because we have 2 week 13 running backs and 2 week 7 wide receivers, okay?
It doesn't matter until the playoffs. Who gives it?
There we go. Okay. Coming up here at 6'5", Carnell Tate, Brian Thomas, Marvin Harrison are the wide receivers. We can also dip into the quarterbacks. Tyler Warren is gone. We're to like pulling up Warren or Ramondre if you want a fourth running back. What do you think?
I'm gonna put on my my Karain hat as an SK sub, and we're gonna go Drake May, and then we're gonna backstack him later. We don't care.
Okay, I will just say, I guarantee I'll slide up the sidekick right now. I guarantee it says Carnell Tate. Told you.
Oh, look at you. Okay, Carnell Tate's fine.
I know what that's gonna be, and I'm like, if you're gonna reference the sidekick but not take the sidekick pick,
so
I have to call you out on it.
In the eliminators, because they're rookies, you'll see Lemon start to pop around there every once in a while, but usually I don't know, Tate tends to get pushed down to like that Lemon tier in the next like round and a half or 2 rounds, and so I'm not used to looking for him in that spot. But mostly, like, yeah, my lived experience the past, week and a half with the Frenchie Lim and then, like, the proper Lim slows. So.
There you go. Here we go. Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, Ladd McConkey, Travis Etienne. Yes, Parker Washington. You happy people? Even though I said on Monday's stream, I just want the record to show that this pick was from Matthew, my bash guest, because I said I have to stand for something, which is I will not take Parker Washington ahead of Christian Watson. Matthew made me take Parker Washington ahead of Christian Watson. I never would have done that on my own accord.
By 2 picks.
And then Carnell Tate coming back to us.
By 2 picks. It's not a big deal.
No, it is. Because I apparently only have 2 takes this entire season. And it's, you got to take Christian Watson ahead of Parker Washington. You got to select George Kittle. Those are the only 2 takes I have on the entire year. And I just didn't follow one of my 2 rules, Matthew.
Who cares about scruples and principles?
People on the internet, they want receipts. They want the receipts. Okay.
That's fine.
3 running backs, 3 wide receivers here. About to pick at 7-8. Herbert already gone at 74, so we can't do that stack. We could do the Lawrence with Parker Washington.
Yeah, that looks good.
There's Tucker Kraft at tight end. We're in the DK Metcalf, Jaden Reed, Jordan Addison tier at wide receiver. And running back, we are at the Rico Blake Corum range.
Yeah, I think at tight end, I'm probably not going to do Tucker Kraft here, and he'll probably go by the time things come back. I think we're probably cranking purple later on to make up for that on this build.
It is funny in that I'm really light Parker Washington, but I bet what's my combo on Parker Washington with Trevor Lawrence? I think it's probably really high. Let me see here. 66.7%, which I don't buy, but it's just funny. Like whenever I take Parker Washington, it's like, all right, I guess I'm stacking him up with Trevor Lawrence. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's not my portfolio that we're worrying about, right?
It is. This is our portfolio. What do you mean you're not worrying about it? You know what we should see? Do you remember what was the team we drafted last time you were on the bash?
It was like it was that one of those $75 2 or 4 max contests, like I
splurged.
The smashed face, I don't know, whatever it was.
The smash face? Are you doing the Bill Belichick bit?
No, just like
the bulldog.
You know, there's this class of dog that just like they don't have a large snout. It was like one of those dogs. I don't know which one.
Well, what is it? I'm scrolling through here. Was
the
it a
Schnitzel, the Schnauzer? I don't know. Whatever.
Was it a Chow Chow? No.
No.
Was it a Dalmatian? No.
It must have been the bulldog. It must have been that.
Wait,
bulldog.
Did I not name it? Was this the team? Did we do Herbert, Dart, Geno? Do you remember this team?
Yeah, that seems like me.
Did I not? Did I not label this? Someone go fact check this for me here. Hang on, we're 2 picks away. Let's lock in. Tucker Kraft still sliding here. Sutton, Xavier Worthy, Diggs. We are on the clock here. You want to slurp up the Kraft Dipperino?
Let's go.
All right. Come on down. Back-to-back Tucker Kraft drafts.
Woo.
Here we go. I think Go Easy Cards had another question here. I got to hit a couple of these. Who would be Matthew's top guest target for the randomizer? Who's the dream guest for you?
Well, the way that this season has gone, it's got to be Tucker at this point, right? We had not 1 but 2 guests, Ross Tucker.
Yeah.
And like now I understand Evan's like, no, dude, this guy's in the middle of like interviews for something. Like there is something really going. They're in top preseason. He's working his eggs off like the rest of us are. Like, I'm not calling that guy. And then just like to the news on the CBS job, which, you know, good for him. Good Eastern PA boy making something of himself, just like me. I mean, I'm here, but.
And this is a good one from Go Easy Cards as well. If you had to create a prompt for yourself on the randomizer, what would it be?
I don't know. I think it'd have to be one of those AB ones with some very, very stupid wordplay. I don't know. Is it wood or wood? Like pictures of myself or pictures of like a cabinetry or something like this? I don't know.
Do you know what I think the answer is? And this is a callback to something Go Easy Cards has made you do before, or maybe you volunteered yourself where it was like you name a state and then you were going to shout out a favorite beer from that state. And then didn't he stump you like right away?
Immediately. Now I'm having PTSD and I feel like I have to go do homework. Great.
Yes,
but yeah, that would also
would or would people
it's
that
like
you
never
would be
would I
willing to
ever.
hook up with, or photos of Matthew Wood, would or would.
Man, I'm taken. Been for a long time. No thanks.
All right, we're about to pick at 104. We got the T-Law, P-Wash stack, 3 running backs: JT, Derrick Henry, Etienne, Achan, Lad McConkey, Parker Washington, Carnell Tate, Tucker Kraft. I don't know what's going on today, but Mahomes and Worthy now sliding in back-to-back drafts. You could do Worthy first if you want another wide receiver here.
Yeah, let's try that.
I'm actually starting to build up a little position on Xavier Worthy. I mean, I'm up over 14% now. That's a lot for me.
Well, where were you in June if you had to guess?
I don't know. I feel like I've been clicking him pretty continuously this offseason. I like Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, no, like I think that's like the next. I'm sure somebody's got a dashboard for this though. Maybe what your exposure tracking is over the course of like time by contest, something simple like that. Just to see how. I would like to know that so I can reflect on how attentive I've been to news or freaking out about changes in ADP relative to what my bags might be on a guy.
Yep. All right. Mahomes doesn't come back to us, so we don't get to value hound another. Although the last time we took Mahomes first and then Worthy came back to us, but I don't think Worthy was coming back to 113. Who knows? Maybe he would have. Nothing here quarterback wise, unless you do want to set up like something naked with a Bo Nix or Jordan Love. I lied. Jordan Love with Kraft could be in play. My guy Kittle's here. Monungai's sliding. Rashad White's here. What do you want to do?
I think Love would be fine. I do want to start looking at the playoff matchups soon, but
yep.
Yeah, we'll take Love here, and then we'll start looking around. And he's right about at ADP, so that's fine.
Yeah, well, we got to learn the lesson that I had from my first solo draft today, where I pushed QBs. Man, I don't even want to think about that draft. I mean, now that you just add the Jaden Higgins landmine on that team, I mean, what a waste of $25 that was.
We only have agency over so many things, and you did not have agency over Jaden Higgins, so
you're right.
That's not on you, dude.
I did have agency though when I kept passing on quarterbacks repeatedly, so that is on me. Here's
that's a thing that seems really fun until it doesn't.
It does. I think I was just, I was nostalgic for the old era of best ball, right? Where we all decided that we could push quarterbacks. And, in this era, we'd have Drake May, as a 17th round pick, Bo Nix as an 18th. There used to be cheap, viable, exciting QBs at the end of drafts. And we don't live in that world anymore.
Yeah. Now every board looks like a DraftKings August Simps filling in ass squad, doesn't it?
That was always the meta on DraftKings, right? Like the quarterbacks always go round and a half earlier over there.
Well, and then in August they get pushed up a half round even further, especially those guys in that like Dak to Dak to Goff, Dak to Purdy kind of tier.
Yeah. Mark saying, where do you guys get your ideas? Look, we didn't get the full Xavier Worthy Patrick Mahomes value hound, but we did pull that off earlier. All right, let's see what we're cooking with here in the 11th round. You guys want some price checks on guys? Higgins still on the board if you wanted that price check. Where did Tyson go? Tyson went at 96 here, so we've seen him all over the place today. Let's see. We got some of the tight ends kicking around here. Kincaid, Kelsey, there's Shakir, there's Goddard. If we want to look at running backs, Aaron Jones, Woody Marks, and then it gets pretty dicey. Wide receiver, this is kind of a deader range. What sticks out to you?
I like Aaron Jones is the last of that tier. And then I think that there's a really big break.
He's gone. I am with you on that.
Shakir.
Yeah. Shakir, tight end.
Yeah, let's go Shakir for now. And then I think we'll, yeah.
This one, I mean, it was like we had to scoop the Worthy value. Then we wanted to make sure we didn't get boxed out at quarterback. But then it's like Monungai Rodriguez goes ahead of ADP. Rachaad White was the faller. Mitchell goes, and then Aaron Jones doesn't come back to us. So, but we're still good. We had the 3 up top, Taylor, Henry, Achane. We also have some fun rookie running back clicks down the pike, and tight end is always available. So I think that was the right move.
Yeah. What's your vibes check on the Rachaad White, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt? I know sidekick is in the limbs. It's usually it was 40 JCM, 60 Rachaad White, and now it's almost even depending upon what sim draw you get. Even in some of these sort of classic contests. So I don't know. How are you feeling about that room in general?
Yeah, I've kind of changed my tune in that I'm very into Bill now. I was I think I just had a bad take and a bad read on it earlier. Just thinking okay, you get squeezed by Rachaad White, Kaelon Allen could be a thing. And I've just kind of swung the other way and just think we now have a pretty clear runway for him to have all that base work. Kaelon Allen have not heard much of anything. So I've not been doing much Rachaad White, have not been clicking Kaelon Allen, and I've been slamming.
Oh, we're up.
Yeah, we are up. Likely Goddard, Chig, Juwan Johnson. You could do Shuck and set up something with Juwan if you want a third quarterback. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds good.
You want to try that?
Sure. I'm classically a Shug stan, so that would be lovely.
Yeah, the reason I think it makes a little bit of sense, Johnson's probably not going to come back to 152, but we do have Achane. We can do Vele late. So
yeah.
And again, we probably don't have to have a third QB here, but man, when Shuck falls from 125 to 137, and we have Achane, I kind of like it.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good.
What who is on your are there any positions that you're trying to build up here in your slow drafts, or any guys that you're slamming?
Man, it's tough. I was trying to do this whole season fast only, and so now that I'm kind of having to keep track of where I am in my band of this contest and where I am in positions on that, I don't know. I feel like I've been tipped upside down in my own personal meta for this best ball season.
I hear you. I hear you. This has been an interesting run of picks. We get Shuck at a value, and then Darnold, Dime, Stroud, Ward, Bryce Young come off the board. We see Bigsby, Woody, Marks, and Spears come on down. There's a couple interesting selections here. Chig comes. This drafter has Trey McBride, so we'll see what they do here. This drafter went Fannin and Likely. Could we get Juwan? I was going to mention Lloyd, but man, if we could get Juwan Johnson here, that would be very nice. We get him.
Yay!
Boom. I love when a plan comes together, Matthew. Well done. I guess Juwan Johnson, right around ADP, but to me, this is a little bit of a fake ADP in that he needs to be coming up with this Tyson stuff. So we now get Shuck with Achane and Juwan Johnson. We have Lawrence with P-Wash, and we have Love with Kraft. And I believe it was the draft I did with Jeary. Brenton Strange fell a good bit, but Strange falling to us with Lawrence wouldn't be too bad either.
No, that would work. I think we could stop at 2 tight ends here, but if we get an ADP faller that we could pluck off, that would be okay too.
Where are you at on the Hunter thing? Because that's also in play on a Lawrence team.
Yeah, I don't know. All these eliminators, God, that sounds like such a broken record. I've got a bunch of him in the 15th to 16th, just because he's one of these guys, he'll be involved somehow. You don't know how, but he'll be involved. So do I want that, or Jerry Judy? Judy goes earlier, but you get this sort of sense. Or some other old guy that we know is going to be on the field 65% of the time. I don't know.
Yeah.
Throw a dart.
Throw a dart. Dude, Strange comes back. I feel like getting the 3 tight end room all stacked up looks pretty
That's fine.
nice.
That's fine.
Look at that. You know what? It doesn't mean anything, but I always love the symmetry. A 3 quarterback room all stacked up with their tight ends. Lawrence to Strange, Love to Kraft, Shuck to Johnson. Somehow sounds very pornographic when I list it off like that. And yet we did it. We completed the stack.
It does sound like a cabaret ass lineup.
It does. Goezy Cards wants you to dox your Underdog username. He just wants to know when he beats you in the Elim.
Buddy, it's the same as my YouTube username, so I'm self-doxing all the time on that platform.
There you go. There you go. Matthew Wood, look for him in your drafts. We have a 3-3-5-3. We drafted those 3 running backs early, have gone away from the running back position since round 4. We're good at quarterback. We're good at tight end. It is time to draft running backs and wide receivers the rest of the way, sir.
Let's see. Oh, whew.
You said you wanted to look at the schedule stuff. What schedule stuff did you want to see?
Let's see here. Kansas City Chargers.
Jaden Blue, Dylan Sampson. You could do Cyrus Allen. Who looks good to you here?
I think Jaden Blue just went. Top running back. No, not Pacheco. Sampson.
Yeah. Sorry. No, we were on the same page there. I knew exactly what you meant. You didn't even have to say not Pacheco. If you would have said top running back and didn't clarify, I still would have put Dylan Sampson there.
Well, yeah. Just the heat of battle. I think that where was I? Yeah, I think about after like the 8th round, I start slowly paying attention to these classic rooms to the where can I sprinkle in? Not even just week 17. Where can I sprinkle out in throughout the bye weeks? I use Spike Week overlay that sticks a lot of that stuff like right there. Solver's really good for that too, but it's a little bit more like having to cross-reference or like internalize some stuff where I don't get in quite enough volume where I can do that for every team for every year.
Yeah. One running back, there are some interesting names here. I think this also might be the spot to just grab Vele as part of the big Shuck thing. Solver likes that one there, but there are also some intriguing running backs if there's someone you really want to lock up here first.
Let's go 190. Yeah, let's go Vele now. And
that's what I think. Yeah.
I think we're in storytelling mode on a lot of these running backs that are on the board right now. So
tell me a story. Also, I got to give a shout out. OG Mans Fan recently updated his avatar to also the OG Mans avatar there. He kind of did it in conjunction with Underdog, changing their avatar. Very big, summer rebrand vibes there. He said he has 13% Jaden Higgins in the Elims. Woof. Thankfully, only 6% in everything else. Hang in there, Jaden Higgins drafters. Hang in there.
Yeah. The new Underdog logo, if you put emo cowboy glasses on on the old Underdog logo, I think you've got something that looks like the new one. I'm wondering if somebody sat and did stills for for that current rendering.
You know what? Like I said, I'm on an island. I like it. It'll probably just be something for a couple of weeks so we can all relax. But yeah, no, we now have a 3-4-6-3. I think the interesting thing is, do we think we can get away with 6 wide receivers in this room? It's probably should be a 3-5-7-3 is just kind of my lean. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I actually feel okay with this running back room buys notwithstanding, to like kind of maybe even leave it alone.
Yeah. The problem is like, what are the good wide receiver picks? Obviously, Calvin Ridley always hangs around. I do like Ted Hurst a good bit, and then we're kind of in true dart territory there. The one thing I would say about the running backs is there are some names I like. I think Ray Davis is a really good pick. I think Emmett Johnson is a solid pick. I guess I would stop there. Those are the two that I like.
I like Emmett Johnson for the pairing with Xavier Worthy.
Yes.
And they do slightly they do different things, of course, but
and there goes Emmett Johnson. I do think Ray Davis is a good pick. Did you read oh God, we're just getting shot in the heart over and over again. Who do you want?
George Holani?
Sure. Do you think George Holani's going to cover our bye in week 13?
Oh, get the hell out of here. All right. Well, then, I don't know.
It's too late. I put Sean Tucker in at the last second. I swapped Holani for Tucker, but I didn't feel strongly about it. Let's figure out who this wide receiver selection is going to be. See, now if we do Tucker, now you can pair him up with Ted Hurst. So there you go.
There you go.
I'll put Calvin Ridley. I'll put Branch in the queue.
Yeah, can we scroll the F down a little bit? There we go.
Scrolling, brother. I'll put Tyquan Thornton in the queue.
Don't hate Antonio Williams for the Jacksonville Week 17 stack.
There you go. Antonio Williams, a forgotten man. I was clicking him a ton earlier in the season. Zachariah Branch also still around, rank of 185. Wouldn't be a bad one.
Yeah. Well, Peter, we've done it, more or less.
I love how the final pick isn't even in the books, and you're like, let's just fucking wrap this shit.
Let's just end the stream. It was looking so good until those last 4 rounds, and now everything come undone.
No, we got sniped on a few little priority targets there at the end. I had gotten hyped on Ray Davis after reading Sean Siegel's 0 RB report, and Ray Davis made an appearance there. And if you guys want to see Sean Siegel in the flesh tonight, real quick here, Zachariah Branch, Antonio Williams, who do you want here? The one thing about Antonio Williams is he is another week 7 bye, and we have so many of those at wide receiver.
Yeah, Branch is probably the way to go. Yeah, no, that's good.
And he also is week 17 opposite Saints. So you're still getting it.
Thank you.
There you go. I was going to
usually those in division ones are way to go. Sorry about Siegel.
Yeah. Yes, tonight, Sean Siegel, Ben Gretsch, Pat Crane, myself, drafting an FFPC main event team. That'll be a very fun show. That's going to kick off at 7 p.m. Eastern over on Ship Chasing. Right now, I have the redirect set up to go watch the Badge Bros. They went live just a couple of minutes ago with Dave from ETR. They're going to talk about his new site, do some drafting. So if you're watching here and 4 hours and 10 minutes of best ball content was not enough for you, well, guess what? I have more from the Badge Bros. I don't believe we have booked a randomizer guest for next week. Have we yet?
We have to get our stuff together, Peter.
We have to get our stuff. Honestly, and we're looking at, I think it's 2 more shows. I think it's probably 2 more shows here. We'll figure that out. If you guys have anyone you'd like us to book, we'll continue to try to pester, Ross Tucker. We'll do our best. But thank you to everybody today. Alex Cups, my quant, the chat for telling me when I draft dog shit teams. You guys will always hold my feet to the fire. To Jeary, congratulations on all of his YouTube success. Drafted a fun team with him. To Chris Harris for coming in blind and being a good sport with everything we threw at him. To my guy, Mark Wood, for battling through tech issues to let us hear his voice on the stream. And lastly, to Matthew Wood, my randomizer head writer, and a man who just shepherded us through a pretty solid draft, if I do say so myself. Final recap here. Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Tyler Shock, all stacked up with their tight ends. Kraft, Johnson, Strange. We have Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, Travis Etienne, Dylan Sampson, Sean Tucker at running back. Ladd, Parker Washington, Carnell Tate, Xavier Worthy, Khalil Shakur, Devon Vele, and Zachariah Branch at wide receiver. Final review from you, Matthew.
Those tight end stats, this is like a hip thruster squad,
There you go. All right. Appreciate you all. I am out for the rest of the week because I am headed to Vegas early tomorrow morning. I'll be back for Best Ball Breakfast on Monday in the usual slate of shows. Go watch the Badge Bros. Subscribe to the channel. Tip your waiters. Tip your waitresses. We'll see you guys next time.